Well, good morning, Virtual Rail fans. I'm your host, Drayton Blackgrove, joined alongside my co-host, founder of Virtual Railfan, co-founder of Virtual Railfan, with the other founder of Virtual Railfan off camera running the show today, Justin. And we couldn't be more excited to bring you our live coverage of this incredibly historic move of Big Boy 4014, the world's largest operating steam locomotive running over a national historic landmark. Mike, tell me about your thoughts as we go into this morning.
It's wild. I never thought I'd see this day. When they first announced the Big Boy that they were going to restore and run one, the first couple days before UP actually announced with their press release, you just think it's part of the rumor mill. And that morning when they released that press release, I was like, it was a shocker. And here we are, about to watch her tackle the Horseshoe Curve.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming for Union Pacific, and just to think about the incredible feat of operating that locomotive from Cheyenne, Wyoming, all the way out to Philadelphia, all the time they've spent out on the Reading and Northern, just the thought process behind the logistics of all of it. You got to think they've got to have water, they have to have fuel, they have to have hotels for the steam crew to stay at. The amount of planning that had to go into pulling this off, and not only to mention, like, they had to go out and study the actual routes to see if the bridges were sturdy enough to handle the weight of the Big Boy. I mean, you're talking a locomotive well over 1 million pounds.
Yeah,
locomotive and tender. It's just, it's wild to think about, and nobody else could have done it, I don't think, except for Ed Dickens and his crew. I mean, just an absolute class act. Every time you see Ed Dickens on camera, he just has a way of addressing the public and making railroading seem accessible to the public in a way that's never really been done before.
Well, this is certainly it, and you're right. They've done a heck of a job. And there's already, already a great crowd. They're getting ready. They're actually watching the train now coming up the curve. About 1,500 people tuning in.
Wow.
I think they're expecting several thousand today.
Yeah, and right now we have 1,400 live viewers on the Horseshoe Curve camera. For our members who are watching on virtualrailfan.com, our team has put together a special dashboard today for today's live broadcast. So you can watch our live commentary and then have Horseshoe Curve on one screen, Cresson on the other screen, and Johnstown on the fourth screen. So head on over to virtualrailfan.com to get the ultimate live coverage of Big Boy. It's going to be kind of like watching Big Boy at like Buffalo Wild Wings or something like that.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, and it wouldn't have been possible without Bruce Underwood, who's the wizard behind the curtain, so to speak, at Virtual Railfan.
And a huge thanks to all the folks behind the scenes. Justin Cornell running master control this morning. You got Bruce Williams, Bruce Underwood, all of our moderators, camera operators, the Army of Blue today. So we appreciate y'all, and again, appreciate you guys tuning in. It's really been awesome to see all the photos and videos from everybody out trackside too. It's really once in a lifetime event.
Yeah, and we also want to say thank you to the Railroaders Memorial Museum in Altoona, Pennsylvania, for allowing us to be able to capture this historic moment on our live feeds. They've been a pleasure to work with, and this museum, we're going to be sharing an interview with some of their leaders at the museum here in just a moment while we wait for the Big Boy to head to Horseshoe Curve. I had an opportunity to spend about an hour with Joe and Brendan from the Railroaders Memorial Museum. And for those who don't know, the museum, they are the ones who actually maintain Horseshoe Curve National Historic Landmark. And they're also working to restore the Pennsylvania Railroad K4 Pacific locomotive, which I love that Mike wore his Pennsylvania Railroad hat today. What more appropriate attire to wear for this event? But you'll get to learn more about how they are working diligently to get that locomotive back on the rails. And the thing is too is that locomotive had such a short excursion career. I think it was only a few years in the late 80s, and that was it. So a lot of people are really looking forward to seeing 1361 back on the main line. And before I did this interview, I had no idea that it was the same organization. They operate the museum, the curve, and this restoration effort, and I learned a lot of great things from them. Just a class act all the way around. They've got a good head on their shoulders. The thing I really like about the organization too is they have a mission, and they have a really great team of people that, they have that mission mindset. It's a lot of people, I think, get their judgment clouded of, I want to see this steam locomotive run, but they don't realize like the museum, the organization itself has to be in a good, healthy place, generating revenue sometimes in unconventional ways to put towards that restoration effort. So I think our audience here will really enjoy hearing that interview with Brendan and Joe. And without further ado, Justin, we'll have you pull up the interview.
Betts. All right, so I'm here with Brendan Betts, the Director of Operations at the Railroaders Memorial Museum, and also here with Joe DeFrancisco, who is the Executive Director, and really appreciate you guys joining us here today in Virtual Railfan's live coverage of Big Boy 4014, making its way across Pennsylvania, out of Altoona, across the famous Horseshoe Curve, National Historic Landmark. And before the big boy gets to Horseshoe Curve, one of the things that I wanted to chat with you guys about is about the Railroaders Memorial Museum. I don't think a lot of people outside of Pennsylvania realize the connection between the museum and the curve. I know that I personally did not realize that relationship was there. But, I've visited the curve several times, especially when I was younger. My parents actually took us on a family vacation to the East Coast, and on our way out there, I convinced them to stop at Horseshoe Curve. And I just remember how beautiful the park was and how well maintained it was. And it was just a great experience to be able to watch trains there. And I think it's really important that our audience here at Virtual Railfan learns more about the museum itself and how you guys impact the operations there at Horseshoe Curve.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you for having us. I will start out by saying Virtual Railfan has been a big supporter, big partner of ours, and we appreciate that relationship. But yeah, that's probably one of the things that we get is people don't realize the Horseshoe Curve Visitor Center and the museum are under the same umbrella, right? We're part of the same organization, same staff, same everything. And in fact, the museum actually owns the property the visitor center sits on up there. So it's not just an operating it's not just an operating situation, it's an owner operation too. So we take the good and the bad with that. I'll say that with a smirk because it's our biggest blessing. It really is. The curve is by far, in terms of the two locations where people, when they're coming to Altoona, tourists tend to go to the curve first. And then there's a museum downtown. Let's go see it. So Horseshoe Curve is world renowned, world famous, as you know. So it lives up to that namesake. But how did that relationship start? How did it get there? Why did it happen? The Horseshoe Curve, going all the way back, Trains Magazine reported that it's America's oldest rail fanning spot. I did not know that until a couple years ago, and I'll give a shout out to Dan Cupper, one of our friends and historians, and works for Trains Magazine. So if Dan says so, I believe Dan. It really is. I mean, you think of Horseshoe Curve, you look at merchandise, you think of branding, you go all the way back to the 1800s. There's something about Horseshoe Curve and Altoona. It's one and the same. Just like you could say about the Altoona shops and the Pennsylvania Railroad. It's all connected. So then you fast forward over the years, you see the railroad evolve, it changed, it declined in the 50s and 60s and 70s. And the park up there really suffered during that decline era because the railroad they were tight on money. They didn't have money to spend on maintaining properties and doing all the aesthetic stuff. They were trying to keep trains on the rail, and sometimes that was even a struggle to keep them on the rail too. But during that time, you have folks growing up in the 50s who remember going up those steps, those uneven, many stone steps that were laid about 100 years prior. The visitor center that was created in the 1920s and 30s, during the Great Depression era, because that was a place where families would go on the weekends. You would have railroaders take their families up to the curve for picnics. You would have just regular local folks go up there. Hundreds of thousands of people every year would just drive there. It was literally a big destination. So the reputation grew, the demand grew. But during that downtime, the couple of decades in middle of the last century, it declined. And with congressional support during the 1980s and early 1990s, there was a real call for the creation of, national historic landmarks and beautifying those sites and putting some emphasis on sites that were not owned by the national park to create a network of tourism. So, backing up slightly, the Horseshoe Curve, being world renowned, was given in the 1960s its National Historic Landmark status. And we're thankful for that because that's what led the way, as I was mentioning, to that congressional support later in the 1980s and 1990s that created America's Industrial Project. And what that was a program that identified areas within the Rust Belt through central Pennsylvania into Ohio that revitalized locations to promote tourism. You had the Horseshoe Curve site that opened in 1992 in the modern sense. You had the Johnstown Heritage Museum in Johnstown, the Flood Museum that had opened, all in partnership with the National Park Service. They came in, they did studies, they did analysis, they did all kinds of recommendations on site improvements. So, we love the funicular at the Horseshoe Curve, but if anyone wants to take credit for it, I would say that was a national park recommendation to have an incline put into the curve instead of an alternative, I would just say. But we're thankful to work through that project. We'll talk more about that. But it's interesting that the curve today that we know it is much the same, but the visitor center is completely different. So in 1992, there was no real museum, professionally speaking, in Altoona at all. The Railroaders War Museum was created in 1980 as a grassroots effort, all by volunteers, all by just train enthusiasts. And they had a modest rolling stock collection and a modest exhibit hall, and that was the start. But there was no real, large capital campaign to have professional exhibits put in, to have the interpretation done, and the start of that was at the Horseshoe Curve. So the natural private partner for that site development was the museum downtown. So at that time, the museum leadership got with the state and federal officials who were involved in that America's Heritage Industrial Heritage Project, and they collaborated on creating that site into a really nice facility. It's small, but it packs a punch, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It highlights the significance of the Horseshoe Curve, the creation by the Pennsylvania Railroad, why it was created by and designed by Jaeger Thompson, and its history since 1854. So it's just a really nice little visitor center. We have some videos at play talking about the history of the reservoirs because they're a vital part to even railroad history. Got to have a water supply for steam engines. And then you have to have even more so a water supply for the tens of thousands of immigrants that came and settled in Altoona to work for the Pennsylvania Railroad. You had a town that went from a few hundred in the 1800s to up to 80,000 people at its peak.
Wow.
That's a lot of water consumption on a daily basis. That's a lot of immigrants, moving to Altoona. That's a lot of people coming here for opportunities and growing families. So you figure by the 1920s and 30s when it reached peak, that was a lot of infrastructure that was needed, and the railroad was primarily responsible for creating the water supply, helping create schools, helping to establish the community hospitals, and everything that Altoona is today is because really what the Pennsylvania Railroad did during the heydays. All that infrastructure is here because the PRR made it happen, because they also needed it. So looking back at the curve, the new visitor center is created in 1992. It operates, it's been a continuous operation ever since, really. And when you think of houses that were built 30 years ago, roofs start to age, the windows start to age, doors start to age, landscaping no longer nice and pretty. That brings us where we are today, which is putting a new focus on that site. And since COVID, many sites, many organizations have struggled to recover. We're not immune to that. We've been working through some things. We've been very blessed and very honored with the support that we've been given through those various grant opportunities through COVID. Also, private donors have been very, very generous to get us to where we are today and keep us sustainable. But that's a key word, is sustainability. And that's just not profitability. Profits are great when you're talking about nonprofits, but being able to be sustainable means you have really good years, you have years that you're lean, and you have years that balance out. And we've been stable ever since the pandemic, and that's really critical to know. But talking about the relationship between the museum and the Horseshoe Curve sites, each site, they have their quirks, they have their demands, they have their needs. In 2020, our museum downtown needed a roof. It had daylight coming through the fourth floor of the historic master mechanic office building and was continuously leaking. It was destroying artifacts in our collection. It was creating a lot of havoc. So literally had to move archives from the archival area that's on the fourth floor of our building to the third floor, get it out of the way, keep them safe. Fortunately, nothing significant was damaged. We're good. We're thankful for that. But those leaks had started over 5-10 years prior, and they were not addressed. So that was mission number one: figure out how to get this building re-roofed. Well, like any project, you start peeling back the layers, or the layers start peeling themselves back. In this case, you start seeing more rot, more damage, and when you have deferred maintenance, it causes more expense in the long run. So the roof was failing. This is a historic building, so it's masonry and old timber and steel. All the elements, you got it right here in this building. So in order to correct it and get it back to where it should be, the dormers had to be completely reconstructed. Then you had to put new windows in, all new flashing, all new siding on those dormers, and then a new roof system. So you had to have the roof resheeted with the sub, material, the plywood that goes down. That was all rotted before or non-existent. And we had to build it back up, and that was close to $300,000. It was $150 for the dormers and the structure, and there was $150,000 for the roofing materials. So it's not cheap. That's just shingle. That we didn't go with a standing seam roof, which that would have been the preferred. But being nonprofit, we had to be budget sensitive and work within our means and opportunities. To go with the 100-year roof would have been $700,000. In the long run, worth it? Yes. But the immediate threat was to secure the building and keep it from deteriorating further. And that's what we did. So we're good for a few more years. And maintenance is key. So we're maintaining and keeping up after it. But through that, we had an opportunity to create a new event center here at the museum and put the museum on the map. Because as you said, people know the museum is a secondary nature. Well, we're downtown Altoona. It's a great spot for a community hub, and we had an opportunity through the North American Railway Foundation to revamp our event space, to have more diverse events. It could be festivals, concerts, food truck events, family days, Easter egg hunts, all those really cool things that you think, well, why is a railroad museum doing all of this? Well, again, it's a secondary nature, right? If you're not a rail fan, you tend not to go to railroad museums, right? Just like if you don't like airplanes, you're not going to an air and space museum. So by being a community hub, you're getting people coming out who wouldn't necessarily come here to begin with. So you think of your moms, your dads, your grandmas, your grandparents, all those people who say, well, why don't we take the kids to an Easter egg hunt? Oh, we're going to the Railroad Museum for that. Oh, okay. Then they get there, they look around, and they think, well, we should really go see this. This is really cool. Then they end up staying, enjoying, and spending money in the gift shop, and it's a good cycle that keeps going around and around. And in some cases, it's like that at the Curve too, right? So people come out, this is a nice outdoor thing. Well, what's this about? Okay, then just tip of the iceberg. They just keep peeling back the layers, and before you know it, the kids want to come back, and they bring a picnic up there, and they spend the entire day, and then maybe the next trip to go to the museum or vice versa. So the relationship is essential. It's intertwined between the museum and the Horseshoe Curve. But like I was saying, the priority was to get the museum back on its feet from a physical plant perspective and also a programming perspective. Because during those years of deferred maintenance with this facility downtown, the focus was put at the Curve. But unfortunately, it just wasn't put where it could have been or should have been. So that'll lead me to my next explanation on the Horseshoe Curve and where it is today and why it's now the priority.
Yeah, definitely.
But Brandon, anything you want to add to the museum's perspective before we shift to the Curve?
No, I mean, I think you pretty much touched everything. We have a small staff here. Usually we flow between 6 to 8 employees all winter, throughout the winter, to 10 to 12 in the summer months. And, we do operate both sites with those employees. So one of the cost savings for us is that we've found great people to work here. I think, if we have any lesser people, we would have to have 15 to 20 people, we just put on a giant wing fest / our big event for the 4th is Mainline Mania. And, it's big concert, 3 bands, food vendors, big fireworks show at the end of the night. And we did it all with 10 employees.
Wow.
And that's getting people parked. That's getting everybody out safely. We had about 12 to 1,400 people. So probably 700-800 cars getting everybody out quickly. Our staff is very vital in, how we're able to facilitate both sites the way that we do. And, to Joe's, I guess, promoting Joe here, he hired me. So, it was a big, no, I'm just kidding. No, he's built a good staff. No, he's built a good staff, and I think that we work well together. It's like a small family, and I think that's key to being able to facilitate both properties the way that we do.
Yeah.
Well, and I'll speak to that. And staffing is critical, and I'm very appreciative of the team that we have today. That didn't get here overnight. People come, they go, and we appreciate what everyone can bring to the table. And I will say, running a museum like this, with situations like we have, and if you're in the museum field, railroad museum field in particular, exactly what we're talking about. There are complexities, and why don't you restore this piece of equipment? Why aren't you doing this? Or why aren't you doing it? It's like, yeah, we want to do it. It just, I got a roof that's falling in over my head, and I could spend $300,000 to fix the roof, or $100,000 to fix HVAC systems over a couple of years, or I could spend $600,000 on a rail car that, meanwhile, I have a building and everything's falling apart. You just have to. You have to prioritize, and that's what I'm thankful to Brendan for. And now I'm boosting your ego, and the team, but more importantly, our supporters, right? And that goes back to an aspect that I haven't touched on yet, and that's our board of directors. We have a very high functioning board of directors, a diverse group. They represent the railroad industry, local government, and local preservation community as well, with the local NRHS chapter. So Recently, our board chairman for about 5 years out of my 6 years being here was Wick Mormon, retired CEO, Norfolk Southern. He was at the helm of the board for a good 5 years. So I guess he put up with me for 5 and said it's time for somebody else to deal with that guy. No, but he's still on the board. He is actually continuously supporting us and engaged, and is chairing up our fundraising efforts for K4 1361. He brought on the board one of his colleagues from his past NS days, Don Grob. Don is retired vice president mechanical for Norfolk Southern. So, you're trying to restore a steam locomotive. We have all kinds of mechanical aspects of the operation. Who else is better than to have somebody with a mechanical background? Of course, Bennett Levin, preservationist from Philadelphia, has the historic Pennsylvania Railroad E8s, an extensive wealth of knowledge with all things Pennsylvania and PRR, and why not? Bennett's a great team member, promoter. He's a great champion of all of this, and frankly, a visionary. I draw a lot of inspiration from his vision on how the PRR should be preserved, and both he and Wick came to the table over the K4, which I'll talk about in a little bit as well. Then you have local business leaders like Mark Ritchie. He's currently our chairman. He's from Curry Rail, local
Wow.
guy, great individual. You have Todd Hunter, who's chief marketing officer at the North Shore Railroad. So there's your industry connection right there with short lines, and a part of our K4 vision is to run on short lines. So Todd's very, very enthusiastic about what we're doing here, and just great to have on board. You have Stacy Mansfield from Norfolk Southern. So she's our corporate liaison, if you will.
We love Stacy.
Yeah, well, everybody loves Stacy. And she's going to love us even more here in a couple of weeks or a couple of days. I can't even say weeks anymore, a couple of days. We're going to be at the Horseshoe Curve camping out together.
That's awesome.
Maybe not literally camping out, but it's going to feel like an all-nighter. And then you have Frank Givler, a longtime president of the local Horseshoe Curve chapter of the NRHS. They, for a number of decades, were the backbone of the museum. Many of them helped create the museum starting back in the 1960s. And as I mentioned, that grassroots effort, if it wasn't for a lot of those principles, we wouldn't be here. And then we have Matt Pacifico. He's the Altoona city mayor. So he's a great government relations guy for us. And this is the dangerous part where I say, am I forgetting anybody? All board. But it's a good, like I said, it's a high functioning board. It's great because I can keep in touch with all of them within a few moments, notice or anything like that. It's just a good team. And the team is both bottom up and top down. And it was the board that allowed me to create the team and the atmosphere that we have here, and keep it going. And if we need help, if I need help, I call on them. I'm not afraid to say, hey, I need help, right? This is above me or beyond me, but it's a good, I can get answers pretty quick and get some really good insight. And, Brandon, imagine if I didn't have that insight or the ability to call on other people for help, you probably wouldn't have any hair left. That's a joke.
Yeah, I don't have very much left, period. So it's all, I didn't really have any gray hair before I started working in the railroad heritage industry 5 years ago. So now it's pretty much all gray on my face, and not much left up here. So yeah, it's been a fun ride, but I came into this industry with really, I knew nothing about trains. I needed a break from the corporate world, and saw the job posting, and I was like, you know what, I've made the rich richer for a lot of years, and I said I'd like to work closer to home and work somewhere that I can help a smaller, nonprofit is what I was really looking for. And it has been crazy. The Railfan community is a lot more vast than I thought that it was when I started here. You know, on occasion you drive by a bridge and you see a guy with his phone out, and usually it's Joe. You know, but you know, I understood that there were people who love trains, but I didn't know that it was to the extent that it is, right? And that's to the positive and to the negative. I always say, like, you know, there's two ends of the spectrum. But the amount of rail fans that show up here every year, here and the Curve, we're very appreciative of every one of them. Even the ones that I sign on to, I get on to Virtual Railfan every once in a while. Joe has it playing in his office. We have it playing in our gift shop all the time here at the museum. That way we can point to it when people are like, what's the Horseshoe Curve? But you know, I love pulling it up and just looking at the chat every once in a while, and it's a eclectic group of people. But I think, you know, Virtual Railfan to me is kind of an integral part of us right now. We utilize the Railfan cam in multiple different ways. We probably could use it more in terms of marketing and stuff like that. So that may be a thing that eventually happens. But you know, the rail fans, especially here in Altoona, and the history of Altoona and the railroad here, Pennsylvania Railroad, which, you know, Joe could always touch on. I'm not a historian, but you know, the history here made it. This museum had to be built here. You know what I mean? It had to be built here, and I think because it was built here, we really boost the economy here. You know what I mean? It's a coming to the museum and going to the Curve, Boyer Candy, Baker Mansion, all the historical tour, Fort Roberto, all the things you can do in Altoona, is insane to me from somebody who's not from here, you know. And I learned about all of the things from working here. So I really hope that a lot of people who, you know, watch this interview consider stopping by Altoona to visit all the historic attractions here and really take your time. And I'd love to meet them too. So if they, you know, stop by Monday through Friday, stop in and we'll meet you. We're appreciative of everybody.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, the thing with Virtual Railfan too is being able to expose people all over the world to Horseshoe Curve. A lot of our host partners, like one that comes to mind immediately is LaGrange, Kentucky, which is unique because the railroad tracks run right down the middle of their main street. About 10 years ago, we approached them about locating a camera there, and the attitude of the town at that time was not very positive towards the railroad. Every time a train came through, it cut their town in half, and still to this day, it makes it difficult to get around. They do have an overpass on the east side of town, but you know, the attitude of the town is, well, why would anyone want to watch these trains? They're just kind of a nuisance. And we put the camera up, and immediately they saw an increase in tourism and visitors from people all over the world. They had last year, they began what was called LaGrange Rail Fest. And I believe they had over 15,000 people attend in 2025. This year, they had almost 20,000 people attend. And it basically is local vendors and also railroad vendors as well. They had quite a few railroad, model railroad companies and photographers that had booths set up to sell art and photos and things like that. And it's just amazing to see the town embrace the railroad, whereas like 10 years ago, it was kind of this negative feeling. And it's really all because of Virtual Railfan. So we're all about promoting our hosts, promoting our locations, especially unique locations like Horseshoe Curve. And I think that's going to be something that we see going into 2027. We certainly want to do more fun things with you guys from a marketing standpoint. Maybe we could do an event with Virtual Railfan at some point, like a rail watch. We do something similar to that in Cordele, Georgia, and there's a little short line railroad there called the Sam Short Line, and they do excursion trains in conjunction with this railroad festival that they put on. And it's a really great event for the community, and it brings people out who have never really paid attention to the railroad before, other than just sitting at a railroad crossing, you know, And that's how most people encounter the railroads in the United States. And, when you can expose the public to another side of railroading, either through a community event like Railroad Fest or like what's happening with 4014. I mean, I had friends from high school that remember me, years ago and how I like trains. And they said, hey, Drayton, what do you know about this steam locomotive? It's coming through my town here in Indiana next week. Should I go see it? And I'm like, absolutely. Like, the way I've described the big boy to normies, as I like to put it, is it's kind of like the moon landing for trains. Like what you were seeing, it's never happened before. And the world's largest steam locomotive traveling to parts of the United States to celebrate our 250th anniversary as a nation. And what better place to do it than Horseshoe Curve, a National Historic Landmark. Just an amazing thing. Now, Joe, I want to ask you more about the big boy, and I also want to ask you more about the K4 steam locomotive. But before I get to that, I wanted to ask you from an executive director standpoint, how important is culture when you're looking for new talent in your organization? I know, the railroad preservation world can be complex. People can get very passionate about their feelings and emotions. And you touched on it a little bit earlier about sometimes it's difficult for people to see where the priority needs to be. But when you're looking for talent, not just talent, but as far as culture goes, what is the type of person that you're looking for? And I think, Brendan, too, you could speak to this because you come from outside of the railroad industry. But what are some of the things you look for in an employee at a railroad museum or a volunteer?
Very good question. And it's a very, I'd say, keystone element of preservation is the talent force and the workforce.
Nice Penzi pun, by the way.
Because without a good staff, you can have a beautiful facility, but if you're just running in circles or can't get out of your own way, then it's missed opportunity and it's just an empty well, unfortunately. And that's what can happen. You can keep the doors open, lights on, but nobody's home, kind of a thing, right? And that's something that we were working to not do here. And so in order to have a small team and have a big impact, you need work ethic. You have to have work ethic. Are you willing to do what's asked of you, one, and two, at a certain point, or are you just willing to just take initiative? Because, small teams, we don't have a huge time. I don't sit in this office as much as I'd like to, and not as much as maybe other outside folks perceive me to. I can be here doing administrative work for a couple hours and I'm outside pulling weeds, or I'm cleaning a bathroom, or helping to stock the gift shop, or I'm up at the curve helping to paint the GP9 for an event. It's all hands on deck. And I think that's when looking at talent, okay, you have different positions, right? So if you have a retail position, and Brendan can speak more into detail on that, there are certain qualities you have to look for. If you're looking at a team leader, like a director of operations, okay, do they have the ability to do positive and negative reinforcement? And that's something that people don't like to talk about in terms of management style, but you have to get results. At the end of the day, we're here because of the visitors. We're here because of tourism. You have to put your own feelings aside of it, check your emotions at the door. The lights turn on, the doors open for tourists, number one.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, once the tourists are in the door, what's their experience? What are their expectations? So then you have to look at people, okay, do they have the self-awareness or the situational awareness to say, how am I going to interact with people? Not everyone's going to be sunshine and lollipops. They're going to be tough. They could be your biggest critics that walk through that door. Do you have the ability to try and turn them around? There's a lot of misconceptions. There's a lot of opinions. There's a lot of people are complex, right? there's a lot of things you have to decipher and, cipher through, I should say. And do you have the ability to, again, check your emotions at the door and say, how do I best represent the organization? How do I get these people? One, they're here. So if they weren't interested, they're not coming here, or they're not talking to you, or they're not, writing an email to you, or they're not blowing up your inbox. If they were not interested, they just wouldn't be engaged. So whether it's positive or negative engagement, they're interested. And that's the baseline you got to establish. So when you're looking at a team member, can they at least get there? Can they at least try to understand their role in the organization? And once they do, paired with a good work ethic, I think the employee can do wonders. And I'm impressed. Like Brendan said, we just had an event with 1,400 people. That's just on site in the event space. That's not including the thousands of people around downtown who are watching our event with the fireworks show. But we were the core of that event for downtown, and we were able to facilitate that core grouping of people with a very limited staff. Now, can you imagine trying to dictate everybody and like I like to say, babysit everybody and try to make things happen from a puppet master? It would never come off with a hit. So that's at the bottom line is work ethic and having the ability to be to discern situations, read people, and take initiative.
From my own experience,
on that too, everything Joe said is accurate. We go through. We've went through in 5 years. We've had employees come and go, and it's usually the employees that don't, I guess you could say, last or make it are the employees that we have to continuously give them jobs to do. Like there's enough around the museum and the Horseshoe Curve that we're never. We've been trying to schedule this for how long? And I finally was like, hey, we can give you an hour or so here at this day, finally, right? And that's not just because of the big boy. Like we usually are rather busy because the building's old, the properties are old. We always are we just completely but rejuvenated our gift shop and the layout and everything. And that took, multiple days. But I think the biggest thing, you got to look for is, do they want to do what's best for the museum? Like Joe said, it's hard. There's a lot of people, historians and such, that would love to see the only events that the museum does or any museum does is a historical event, right? A reenactment or something like that. It's unfortunate, but a small reenactment isn't going to bring in 1,400 people that pay to be there. So whenever we have all these projects, the way to fund the projects is through events and stuff, right? So, what is going to bring more of a broader audience? A small reenactment that's going to be 3 or 4 hours in the yard, or a concert with fireworks and food vendors and a petting zoo and bounce house and is very family friendly, so unfortunately, we understand that whenever we bring a new hire in, especially if they went to school for history or museum services or something like that, I understand the hesitancy of, well, why do you guys do concerts? Why don't you do more historical railroad themed events and stuff like that? So right off the bat, usually I question.
I'll just jump in there. We've tried it, and the cost benefit ratio just doesn't work out yet. Now, Brendan, I'm going to interrupt you, but this is where it works. It comes full circle. We're not a traditional museum. We're not a house museum. We're not a battlefield. So if people want to go and see historical reenactments of like the Battle of Gettysburg, where do you go? You don't go to Altoona, you go to Gettysburg. That's a big thing. But here, the future lies with the K4. It lies with an operating experience in terms of reenactment. So a perfect example is we were gifted from Penn State, an EMD SD60i locomotive. And they were gifted that from Norfolk Southern. It was deactivated. We, with our volunteers, reactivated, got it operational, and people love that thing. They come out, they see it. Anytime Norfolk Southern brings in a special heritage unit or a special paint unit, people come out, they see that. That's where we see the increase from our mission-related events come up. We have historical lectures. People come out for those. We have documentaries we're working on. Our one we just premiered this year, the Wreck of the Red Arrow. It's had how many views since first of the year? Like 500,000. It's pretty
phenomenal, by the way. Absolutely phenomenal.
Thank you. But that's where our energies are best spent, on where do we make an impact, and not just to do things just to do things. It's to do things to make an impact. Mm-hmm. And, you look at what we have in store for the future of the museum, I will say it will be very living history centric, but it's because we know we're going to have a captive audience too. So Brendan, I'll turn it back over to you. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. My biggest thing that I was going to try to get to there was during the interview process, I think we go above and beyond now, right? Because when I first started here, it was just standard interviews, and unfortunately the standard interviews kind of led to a lot of the wrong hires, if you will. So asking questions, providing scenarios, asking, if I'm hiring for an event coordinator position, making sure that they're super flexible. They don't mind cleaning a bathroom. They don't mind working the gift shop. They don't mind being on TV for a news article, or, making sure that they understand the needs of the organization come first and that they're okay with that. So making sure that they're super diverse and they're able to adapt and overcome the situations and stuff like that. Because if you can find those people, they can become happy. Does that make sense? Like, they don't necessarily have to come into it being like, this is the best job ever. But if they come into it and they're willing to be adaptable and they're willing to be flexible on their role and what they do, because I've cleaned toilets, Joe's cleaned toilets, it's just a part of the job. If we have 10 people and 6 people are off that day and we have a tour group that comes in and everything needs cleaned at the end, it's got to be clean, right? So just, I think making sure that they're going to fit in with our little family emotionally, like Joe said, fit the atmosphere and make sure they're flexible. And if they are, they really haven't failed here. So that's what I look for is, are they gonna be able to be molded into what the organization needs them to be? There is the old saying, can't teach an old dog new tricks, and we've kind of come across that on occasion. Honestly, some of our best employees so far have been right out of college, and they don't really have anything to break them free of those tendencies or those thought processes or anything like that. So we've been able to mold that employee into what the organization needs. And 6 months in, they're like, oh, my train of thought is maybe we should do this. And then before they even spit that idea out, they think, is that what's best for the organization? Mm-hmm. It's not. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't come out. So I think that making sure that we spend that extra time, and maybe instead of 1 interview, it's 2, or maybe instead of 2 interviews, it's 3, that they meet all of us, that we sit down with them, and we just really make sure that they're a good fit for the organization before we pull the trigger. I'd rather have 8 employees working very hard for an extra 2 to 3 weeks to make sure we hire the right person for that position.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, gentlemen, I want to be conscious of your time because I know that you guys have a lot of preparation going on this week. But I just want to kind of end this segment on a note that I think it's really refreshing to hear you guys talk about the overall mission of the organization, and you guys are looking at the bigger picture. It's not just about restoring a steam locomotive or maintaining Horseshoe Curve or working on your facility there in Altoona. It's a combination of things, and you're thinking outside the box. Like, you know, the railfan hobby, it is a large hobby, but it's nowhere near as large as some other hobbies, like aviation, for example. I went to EAA's show in Oshkosh with my brother, who's a big av geek, and I really enjoyed learning all about airplanes because I know nothing about airplanes. But there were 750,000 people there that week. It's the largest air show in the country, and the only thing that we've seen comparable really in our world, and it's mostly the general public, is the big boy on its current trip. And so it's just incredible to see what the big boy is doing as far as its impact goes. But also, you know, your organization is all about building a foundation. And I think that culture is so important. What can I do as a volunteer or an employee that's best for the organization? Yes, I would like to see this happen. Yes, I would like to see that happen, but I'm going to put those dreams and goals and desires on hold to clean a toilet or, you know, scrub a floor in a bathroom or set up, you know, signage for an event. And I think that's really important. So before we close, I want to talk quickly about your preparation for the big boy, some upgrades that you guys have to the facilities itself there at Horseshoe Curve. And also I want to talk about the K4. Why don't we talk about the K4 first, but just a short segment. For those who aren't familiar with 1361, it used to be on display at Horseshoe Curve. It was restored once in the 80s, if I remember correctly. And then, if I'm not mistaken, it became part of the museum. Maybe you could bring some folks up to speed on the K4 and then the work that you've done to Horseshoe Curve for the big boy.
Right, good. So the K4, also known as the Spirit of Altoona, was one of 425 PRR K4 class Pacifics built. They were built primarily at the Juniata shops beginning in 1918 in full production with the prototype that was built previously in 1914. But from 1918 through the end of steam, the K4s were the standard icon of the railroad in terms of passenger equipment, passenger locomotives. How the K4s came about is really fascinating. It was one of the first scientifically developed mainline steam locomotives ever to be produced. It was designed in the PRR's very own Altoona test department. You had executives at the PRR like Alexander Cassatt, who was president, vice president at that point, Samuel Ray, and their teams going over to Europe and analyzing railroading in Europe, being inspired by a lot of the innovations they were doing, which was scientifically designing locomotives, not just through standard practice, not through, you know, hey, this locomotive performed because we added a second locomotive to the head end, or this, you know, got this train over the mountain. So maybe if we made this done, or, you know, made instead of cause and effect, you know, design, it was scientific design. So that's a really unique thing about the K4 class, is that it was scientifically developed and then mass produced, and then it became the standard passenger locomotive. And with 1361 in particular, when it was retired in 1957, and it was put on display at Horseshoe Curve and dedicated to the workers of the PRR. And the unique thing is, people say, well, why 1361? Is there something special about it? Did it pull a special train? No, it was just an average K4 that by pure luck was selected from the deadline in the Altoona yards to be dedicated to the men and women of the Pennsylvania Railroad and put on display at Horseshoe Curve for 30 years. And I can't think of a more fitting example of a locomotive than just an average locomotive that was just in regular service, that was just by chance preserved. And that's the legacy of it, is, you know, it represents the average person working for the railroad, the average Altoona, you know, resident. And while it was on display, it became the backdrop of many photographs with little kids standing in front of it, including my parents. They each have pictures with little little kids standing in front of it, and including today, there's in the modern sense with the GP9 up there, there's a photograph of me as a little kid standing in front of it. So it's generational in terms of getting pictures in front of an iconic backdrop at the Horseshoe Curve. But anything that sits outside for decades deteriorates. Many park locomotives, as we're those of us in the field, they're not meant to be static. And once they become static, they become very expensive and very complex to maintain. And that's exactly what happened with the K4. It was pulled off the curve in 1987. Again, the museum organization was about 7 years old at that point and lacked quality rolling stock. And the local leaders said, well, why don't we pull this thing off, give it to the museum to display? It would be an attraction. People would start coming downtown. People would start, coming in to see some, quality artifacts. And that's what they did initially. But also at that same time, Conrail was starting to explore a steam program. And this is part of the unknown, or not widely known aspects. They were considering restoring a Reading T1 at that point, or pulling one out of retirement. Didn't happen. And then the K4 happened in 1987, as I mentioned. But this drew inspiration from the Southern Railway steam program. So management changes, sidelines, and some back, stories there why it didn't go in become the full fruition of a Conrail steam program. But for a short period of time, it was sponsored by Conrail, sponsored by the Juniata shops to get it restored. Grant money was poured into it. Fundraisers were done. And in 1987, it rolled out of the Altoona car shops under steam. And then it ran locally for a year or two. And then I believe in 1988 or 89, it traveled to York, Pennsylvania, came back, and it had some very significant mechanical defects and sidelined it. And, everyone can look up the story from there through the 90s and early 2000s. It was eventually sent to Steamtown, and work was commenced there. But again, as I mentioned about culture, workforce, unfortunately, it was the result of a lot of factors that led to delayed work and a bad reputation. But moving forward to 2020, when Wick Moorman and Bennett Levin got involved with the museum, by that point, the project was stopped and relocated to the newly constructed roundhouse here at the museum, and was only being kept alive by volunteers, local volunteers who work for Norfolk Southern. We're just doing small component refurbishment, parts organization, kind of setting the stage in the roundhouse for future work. And one of the first steps of WIC was to bring in FMW Solutions to analyze the project, to create a baseline on where the project was at, or condition report, and what were the next steps. And using FMW and the playbook that they created established, okay, well, these are the areas of defect. This is where we would start. This is where we need to go with this. And using that recommendation, we've been on that path ever since. And today we're restoring the K4. It's back under full, it's a huge priority of ours. The boiler is being reconditioned. The firebox has virtually been reconstructed in terms of, new side sheets, new roof sheets. The sheets have been fabricated. And now it's just time for fitting everything up and putting it back together. And
that's awesome.
We have great supporters. Again, it's a little bit of a slow burn from time to time, and right now it's been a very slow burn, but we're getting ready for the next steps. And WIC is going to launch at our fundraiser this week a full update on what's next, who's going to be involved with it. Management of the project is being managed directly from the museum. We brought on a guy by the name of Ernie McClellan. Ernie was the general superintendent for, I know the titles have changed at Norfolk Southern, but for lack of knowing what all the titles mean and all that stuff, he was in charge of the Juniata shops. He was general superintendent from a historical title standpoint.
Wow.
So he's very well versed in all things mechanical. He's our project leader, and we're bringing in some other folks, which I think the steam community would be very happy to know from a steam consulting standpoint. If you're familiar with the Penske steam engines that ran back in the 80s that weren't the K4, somebody who was very intimately involved will be being our steam consultant and working with various outfits such as Strasburg Mechanical and maybe some other local folks to do component work. But it'll all be spearheaded by us internally, and it'll be tracked out appropriately. So it's a very exciting time. Timeline is still dependent on funding. We have about half the funding that we feel that's needed for the K4 itself, which is about $1.5 million pledged or received. To date, we're shy of $1 million that we've actually spent on the project. So, overall, it's going to be that between that $2.5 and $3 million project price tag all in. But it's we're not building it from scratch. This is genuine Pennsylvania Railroad heritage, and you just can't can't walk into a store and buy a boiler off the shelf. You got to make do with what you got and make it work. And one of the biggest issues that we were able to overcome was coming up with the plan in order to make it compliant, making the boiler FRA compliant, safety factor 4, making everything work per modern code. And the firebox is the remedy to that. That was the area of greatest deficiency. But we overcame that with the new updated design, which was at a very high level, was thickening up the sheets, improving the brackets, the mounts that go in the internal between the two sheets, the external internal firebox sheets, and improving the stay bolts and the pattern, tightening everything up to make it more rigid or more reinforced. And that's what we're working on. And then the driving wheels, the 80-inch drivers, they were just completely reconditioned and ready for installation by Strasburg Mechanical this year. Now we're going to be starting work to evaluate and do machine work on the frame and running gear. That's going to be a big priority for the rest of this year. And then something additional we're launching is the announcement of the consist that will be going with the K4. So the cars, so everything from baggage cars, passenger cars, the dining car here at the museum is going to be part of the program. We have a heavyweight solarium lounge car that's going to be part of it called the Union League. And of course, we have the Mountain View, the tailwind car from the 49 Broadway Limited. So it's a pretty exciting program. It's not just the locomotive, but it's the whole train set, and it's all part of the same program. Now those really cool. Are a little bit yet to be determined on refurbishing those cars, but that's our next step, is establishing the business plan for each car for restoration.
Wow. Ambitious, but it sounds like you guys have the right sense of direction and the right people on your team to make it happen. So wish you well with that. Where's the best place people can donate to support the restoration effort?
Railroadcity.org. That's our main website. That's our homepage. We have a K4 page, how to get involved. And this is the foundational stuff we're talking about, right? Going back to our earlier conversation. So once this program is done, or once the K4 is done, it's going to unlock a whole new chapter for the museum. We're planning to do a version of the 1970s era American Freedom Train that went across country on tour, right? Wow. So when I say baggage cars, they're going to get reconditioned. Why? They're non-revenue, right? Why would you put baggage cars? It's going to cost fuel. It's going to cost money. No. The plan is to have these cars, these B60B Penske baggage cars, reconditioned into thematic exhibit cars that can go with the K4, with the train set, travel around the state of Pennsylvania initially, and then, we can haul trips, excursions with school-age children and experience everything that's great about steam railroading, while at the same time having a mobile museum that they can tour. So beyond the brick and mortar in Altoona, we can take it on the rail and take, our mission out there and promote it, and have car attendants dressed in period attire, have living history components to it, and not just a static steam train that you go see at a park. It's going to be a living, breathing, operating machine like it was intended to be all the way back in 1918. So again,
very cool.
If you like what we're saying, we certainly could use all the support we can get.
Awesome. One more time, that's railroadcity.org. And before we sign off here, the last thing I want to ask you guys about is your preparation for the big boy at Horseshoe Curve. I know, Brendan, when we spoke a few weeks ago, one of the big projects you had going on was clearing the vegetation so people can get a nice view of the train as it makes its way through the curve. And the thing that I don't think people realize is how much cost is involved in that. So if you can kind of explain that and some of the other developments at Horseshoe Curve, I think that would be great. And also how people can support the facility upkeep as well.
Yeah, I mean, the facility maintenance at the Horseshoe Curve goes, we obviously can replace the roof, we can repaint the buildings, we can do all these things, but it goes far above that. The visitor experience is, vegetation, cutting the brush, cutting the trees, making it so that whether you're at the bottom or you're at the top, you have a great view of all the locomotives that come by, and you can really take in the experience of being at the Horseshoe Curve. This has been, contrary to popular belief, has been on our agenda to cut the trees and the brush for quite a few years. The big boy it did help facilitate and expedite some of those processes. But it has been something that we've wanted to get done. The goal was to make it so that everybody that is there that day has a great experience and a great view of the historic locomotive going through the very historic Horseshoe Curve. So whether you're down below or whether you're at the observation deck, you're going to really be able to have a great experience and just take everything in. Great photo opportunities the whole way around. With that, like you said, people don't understand the cost of cutting trees. People think, oh, well, it's just a chainsaw. And, we had estimates from as low as, $50,000 up to what, Joe, $175,000 to cut trees.
That's crazy.
So it's not, and a lot of the times we either get grants or we do get organizations that come through and help alleviate some of these costs. But a lot of them, especially if it's a state or federal grant, we have to get at least 3 estimates to come in, and that's where a lot of they understand that what they're estimating, right? So, but the shout out to Lofty Heights too, the company that did come in and do this tree cutting. They did a fantastic job in the amount of time that they were there. They were great to work with,
and they did go. They donated a few extra tree cuts and clean up.
Wow.
Yep.
They were great.
Yeah, we had to get a separate fence put in for the big boy for our new UTV trail, which is another enhancement of the curve. Now, if the funicular is down for whatever reason, we can still get people to the top with a new UTV path that we had done. So yeah, a lot of exciting things, especially for ADA restraints and stuff like that. The funicular is in operation on the weekends, and the UTV operates Wednesday through Friday. Both are going to be in operation for the big boy, of course. And that'll be a really fun day for those who got tickets.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, and to Brendan's point, the big boy expedited a lot of these plans. And I think we might talk with you guys at Virtual Railfan a while ago about some tree cutting support. And, so those conversations are long and ongoing. And then you get the price tag and you're like, well, gee, that's not like $5,000. That's not $10,000. That's 50, 100 or more. And then it becomes a very daunting thing. And then by the time you would spend $5,000 to cut one area until you get to the next, this would be grown up again. So it would just be putting, good money after bad. And now we're in a very good position. Again, foundations. Now, the next realm of topics we're going to have is how to maintain it, because yes, every 10 years it will need cut if you cut it and just don't do anything with it. And the last time it was cut was about 10, 15 years ago. As I mentioned about the museum improvements downtown, we had to do things that were extremely a priority down here. So looking at the curve and saying, okay, now we're in an opportunity. We leveled the playing field, literally. What's the next big priority? The funicular has been fixed. That has been an ongoing priority of ours since 2021. Again, peeling back the layers, obtaining support from the North American Railway Foundation, from our own bottom line even. We're close to $200,000 invested over 5 years. And some years we spent more, some we spent less, but all in, that's where we're at with it. We've just received support from Discover Blair County, our new tourism bureau, to get a gate working on an automated gate to keep, for crowd control. It's a safety mechanism. That was $15,000. So again, you're not talking $500. You're not talking things you can really plan or budget for in a typical sense. So these are extreme costs. These are rare parts to get, and they're made on demand. So last year, a big component that needed replaced on the incline or the funicular was the brake system. Well, those parts are made on demand from Europe, from France. That was also the height of the tariff situation. So it was a mess. So it's just compounding small issues that lead to bigger ones, and being able to get it to a point to where now we can work with it. Now we can, we're over the hurdle with the major expenses. It is now part of our annual maintenance plan. Okay, we need to set aside X amount because just to maintain it, and working with our state inspectors, again, training the right people to work on it, having the qualified people to work on it. They can say, okay, this is good. This part's good this year, but next year this is going to need to be replaced. So we're trying to be proactive now. Now we're not just being reactive or retroactive. Now we can be preactive and look at baseline. This is where we are. Now we can move forward. The same with the facilities. Now the trees are cut. Now you can really see the roofs on those buildings up there are needing replaced. Our estimates for those roofs have come back at $120,000. And it's not just one building. It's all the buildings. And I think the webcam, you can actually look down on the facilities. And if you if you look at it from a certain angle, it looks a lot smaller than it actually is. So I will caution you, just don't look at it from one angle. You got to look at it from multiple angles to see the building. It's if you look at a ranch house that has wings to it, and you know what I mean, it looks small from one angle, but it has a whole other wing that's being hidden because the building is shaped like a U up there, and with kind of wings and offset locations. So it's a rather large project. For reference, my house to put a new roof on is $30,000, and it's not a very big house. It's a 1,700 square foot house, just for reference. And again, it's not just the roof. It's addressing any rot, anything beneath the surface that you can't see, and new sub-roof, material, quality, looking at architectural aspects, making sure that it aesthetically is in line with the facilities, and we're not just putting some cheap roof that's going to blow off in 10, 15 years. Again, this roof has got us, to where we are since 1992. We'd like to get something equal or greater quality. And then we have a pavilion, we have a maintenance shed, we have the funicular station up top, and then we have the watchman shanty that we also want to put a new roof on. That's trackside, the little stone structure. So the roof project is our next big priority. And Currently, we have a state grant that's pending review. And again, these are all highly competitive. So if we get it, great. If we don't, it's more likely we don't get it than we do get it. That's just how competitive grants work. But every grant opportunity that these projects are eligible for, we are applying for them. We also have a federal grant because of that National Historic Landmark status. It helps us. It just really, it's a process. And we're hoping that by the end of 2026 and maybe 2027, we can have that addressed. And it's on to the next thing, right? How do we control vegetation or landscaping or improving the courtyard? So every dollar does help. If it means helping the organization so that we can go apply for the grants, or if it's a direct contribution towards a project, it matters. And that's the big picture.
Yeah. And I think it's important for people to understand that railroad preservation doesn't just mean preserving historic equipment. It's preserving every asset of your museum, all your buildings, all your structures, so that you can continue to educate the public in a safe and accessible way. So, well, gentlemen, we're going to get back to the live stream. Thank you so much for being here today with Virtual Railfan. Thank you for having us be part of this once-in-a-lifetime event at Horseshoe Curve. We're really excited to be able to share with the world the big boy going through the Horseshoe Curve, and it should be going through here any minute. So with that said, thanks for joining us, and I hope you guys have an amazing time watching this historic moment in person.
Thank you.
Thank you all. And remember, stay 25 feet back.
Yes, that is super important. All right, guys, we'll see you trackside.
All right, everyone, welcome back to our live coverage of Big Boy 4014 on the Horseshoe Curve National Historic Landmark. I'm your host, Drayton Blackgrove, joined by Virtual Railfan co-founder Mike Sear. The man behind the curtain is Justin Cornell. He's running the live stream for us, also a Virtual Railfan co-founder. We're so happy you've joined us here today. We're in studio here in Cleveland, Tennessee, but the beauty of Virtual Railfan's network is we can watch trains anytime, anywhere, and that's exactly what we're doing with over 5,000 people right now on the main Horseshoe Curve live stream. We've got about 500 of you watching with us here throughout our commentary. And Mike, this is an incredibly historic day, something that hasn't happened. I think the last time a steam locomotive went around Horseshoe Curve was 2014 or 15.
765, right?
With 765, yeah. And then before that it was, I can't even remember. It might have been one of the
American Freedom Train in 76.
Is that it?
Probably.
Yeah, so like this is like maybe a twice.
I wasn't even around in 76.
Wow.
I know you guys give me a lot of business about being old, but no, I wasn't even here in 76.
Amazing. Well, and neither was I. So, but
96.
Maybe a once in a lifetime or twice in a lifetime event, and who knows if we'll see the big boy again running around Horseshoe Curve. If the merger happens with Norfolk Southern, it's a very real possibility. But right now it is just an incredible feat to consider the world's largest operating steam locomotive operating over a stretch of railroad that opened in 1854 as a solution through the Alleghenies. And Horseshoe Curve, it's just an incredible stretch of railroad. The fact that they were able to engineer a 4-track main line through the mountains like that 170 some odd years ago, it's just absolutely incredible to think about. And then we're going to get to see that 1940s technology do what it does best, fight up a very steep grade. And it's not Sherman Hill, but it is Horseshoe Curve, and we're super excited to see it. Mike, what are you most excited to see today?
This, I mean, not too often you get to see the world's largest operating steam locomotive make a run at the Alleghenies. So
no, and just to see all the families there trackside, that's pretty cool.
Thousands of people at the curve. It was kind of funny that the night that we installed this camera, I'll never forget. It was about 10:30 up on that mountain. It was me and Justin and Kevin Yutz. And to be honest with you, we didn't even know if everything was going to work until we plugged in. And it came alive. And also the first time the curve has been lit is when we turned the light on that night. And it's been on ever since. So history in the making today, for sure. And we're looking forward to it.
History in the making. And also, we just want to give another shout out to the Railroaders Memorial Museum in Altoona, Pennsylvania. This is the same organization that maintains Horseshoe Curve. They did a ton of tree trimming. They told us that it cost over $100,000 to do all the tree trimming around the curve. If you're watching the main Horseshoe Curve live feed right now, there's actually a little QR code on the screen. If you'd consider donating to the Railroaders Memorial Museum to help with the upkeep of Horseshoe Curve, it would be so much appreciated. We're so grateful for their partnership. I think, Mike, when did the Horseshoe Curve camera go live? Was it 2017, I think? Something like that?
Justin, was that 17, I think? Yeah.
So we've been live at Horseshoe Curve for almost 10 years, and it wouldn't have been possible without that partnership from them. And, you know, we're really excited to see what the future holds with that organization. There may be another camera location in the works that we're pretty excited about. So we'll see what happens. But
you guys are killing me with all these secrets. You know that.
We've got lots of announcements coming, including one today.
Yeah.
So for those of you who are going to be watching us live here on our live commentary of the Big Boy, we are going to be announcing a new location after the Big Boy leaves Cresson. So as I understand it, if Justin, you could throw up our map showing Horseshoe Curve first, and then we'll show Cresson here in a moment. So there's Horseshoe Curve on screen. Cresson is probably towards the first third of the map on the left, just below the compass rose. And from what I've been told, it takes about 40 to 45 minutes if they're going about 25 miles an hour to get to Cresson. So Justin, if you don't mind pulling up the actual Cresson map, that would be great. And there you can see where Cresson is in proximity to Horseshoe Curve. So after the Big Boy goes through Cresson, we'll make our new location announcement. And then we will go back to our live commentary. We'll be sharing some exclusive clips of the Big Boy on our network, and also some other highlight clips from both Cresson and Johnstown. So we're going to stay live as the Big Boy runs between Cresson and Johnstown. I'm told it's about 2 hours, hour and a half between Cresson and Johnstown. So during that 2 hours, we'll have more content to share with you guys. We'll be able to preview our new live cameras, the ones that we're announcing today, which we're super excited about. Yeah, there you go. You can see the map of Johnstown. You know, I remember, Mike, learning about Johnstown when I was in middle school, actually. Yep. The dam that broke over 140 years ago, something like that.
Devastating.
And you know, that is right where all of that happened. So it's also a great railroad town, great place to watch trains. So we want to give a shout out to historic Johnstown for being our partner there. But any minute, folks, the Big Boy should be at Horseshoe Curve any minute. And we're just seeing so many people. I got messages from someone in Australia earlier this morning, and they said, I'm staying up as late as I can to watch the Big Boy at Horseshoe Curve, and then I'm going to bed. So
just surpassed 6,000 viewers. Prior to this, and again, going back to the Big Boy, our viewership record back in, I think it was 2019 at Laramie, at the historic Laramie Depot, we had over 9,000 viewers watching the Big Boy on its inaugural run. And Drayton, the way things are going, we could surpass that today.
That's wild to think about, Mike. And right now here on our live feed, we have 600 viewers at the moment. And then one of the things I wanted to mention too is on Virtual Railfan's website, Justin, if you don't mind pulling up the dashboard when you get a chance, Bruce Underwood, who's kind of our IT guy who has done a tremendous amount of work to get our new website and new platform rolling.
Thanks, Bruce.
You can watch all 4 of the cameras that the Big Boy is going to pass by today at the same time. This screen here shows our feed. It's a little bit behind. There you go. There's the live look at us. But the 4 cameras, so you can get our commentary. You can see the Big Boy go by Horseshoe Curve, by Cresson, by Johnstown. It's a great way to watch the day the entire time, or you can just hang out with us here on YouTube. We're going to be live for most of the morning and the afternoon. So, Mike, I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think I'm seeing a little bit of smoke up on the horizon there. So this might be the Big Boy. I think
it could be. We're getting pretty close to it. And before we get started, I've got 2 shout-outs, Drayton, I've got to do before we get going on. Huge shout out to my dad, Bob Sear. Today is his birthday. And then tomorrow, Hannah Banana, my daughter and favorite little person in the whole wide world, is going to be 14. So happy birthday to my dad and to Hannah. I hope you guys have the best weekend ever.
Yes, yes. Happy birthday to you both. And Bob, I've got a birthday present for you. Anytime you want to come over and operate my John Deere 110, 1965, my lawn is ready for you to mow it. So come on over. My wife might even make you banana bread. So come on over. I just want to say, too, before we see the big boy here, if you want to help support Virtual Railfan, smash that like button. It really helps us out with the YouTube algorithm. Whether you're watching the main Horseshoe Curve feed or our live broadcast here, just smash that like button. It really does help us out a lot. Also, consider supporting Virtual Railfan by joining our website at virtualrailfan.com/join.
It's time.
Here it is, everybody, the world's largest operating steam locomotive on Horseshoe Curve, National Historic Landmark. Look at that, Mike.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely beautiful. Gosh, I can't even believe this. This is incredible to see.
I mean, history being made right now.
I think Union Pacific did such a phenomenal job. Like, I personally love the white walls, and I also really love the eagle and the flags. Like, they did such a fantastic job. And the thing I like about it, too, is, like, it's in service. Like, it's in service on Union Pacific. So, like, they can do whatever they want with it. It's their locomotive. Anything they do with the big boy.
Look at this.
Historically accurate.
And the crowd goes wild.
Wow.
I mean, wow.
What a moment.
Very cool.
What a moment. 6,500 live viewers right now. Wow, look at that. And the Abe Lincoln
Oh, yeah.
behind. Very
So
cool.
what's their plan? They're going to come up, they're going to stop, hang out for a little bit, and then they're going to back down the mountain and make a run and head out.
I think so. I'm not 100%. I think they're going to have some people get off the train here for some announcements and some photo ops.
Yeah.
Look at that.
The NS has done an absolutely phenomenal job.
Wow.
That is just gorgeous. So hats off to the folks there at Juniata
Look at that.
that painted these things. Hats off to you guys. All the railroads have done a phenomenal job. It's so cool to see basically like everything that happened in '76 with all the bicentennial paint schemes really making a comeback.
Wow.
Oh, and the pole. That's all right. She'll be backing down here, I'm sure, before she leaves. So we'll get a full run around the entire curve.
You know, Mike, I really wish that I could be there in person, but I'm just really grateful that we're able to do this live broadcast here. And again, it's all because of the Railroaders Memorial Museum in Altoona, Pennsylvania, who operates and maintains the Horseshoe Curve National Historic Monument, or National Historic Landmark, I should say. So really appreciative of them, and they have put so much time into this event, making sure that everyone had a good view of the locomotive, that the park was maintained. Wow, just look at this. Mike, I think it would be valuable, too, for you to explain to folks who have never been to Horseshoe Curve just how remote this area is.
It is.
And how challenging it is to get internet there.
That and how challenging it was to get all that concrete and that 25-foot pole and cabling and the list goes on. It was quite a feat. Me and Justin and Kevin Yutz went up there for the installation. It was wild. And we've got some super chatters, and we appreciate the super chats. Got Jack Ullman there. Woo! BTC 624, Central Florida Model Railroaders, thank you very much. All the super chats today, folks, those are going to be made as donations to the Altoona
Railroaders Memorial.
To the museum, yes,
Yeah.
To the museum. I'm just watching. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what you guys can't see is we've got a large flat screen TV behind us, and we're watching this unfold in real time, just like you guys are. So, truly breathtaking. Mike, I tried to explain it to some of my friends from high school because they actually had the big boy go through their hometown Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Yeah.
And they were texting me about it. They said, Drayton, some big steam train went through Fort Wayne last night. We think we heard it go by our house. What's the deal with that? And I explained it to him. I said, basically, this is like the moon landing.
Yeah.
For trains.
For train people, yes.
There is no bigger event in railroad history than what you're witnessing right now. And what a moment it is. The fact that we can be there virtually, and it wouldn't be possible without the museum. And it wouldn't be possible, quite frankly, without our members. We want to give our members a shout out, and you too can become part of the Virtual Railfan community. Head on over to virtualrailfan.com/join, where you can actually get all 4 of the locations the big boy will be passing by today on one screen. It's a really great way, the best way to watch trains live.
Yeah. Anytime,
anywhere, and of course you've got access to our mobile app.
And major updates this week too.
Major updates. Hey, thanks so much for those super chats. We've got Joe D GERT 4362 with a $20 super chat. And just to reiterate, all super chats made here during the live feed will go to the Railroaders Memorial Museum as a way to support their efforts. So thank you for supporting the museum. We really appreciate you guys sending in those super chats.
Yeah, hard to believe it costs over 6 figures to get the trees trimmed there at the curve.
Yeah.
But I mean, what a difference it makes. I mean, it really looks amazing. Those guys, they did a phenomenal job. So,
thanks to them, it's truly a cut above.
And it looks like the crowds are great up here today. You know, I was almost expecting to see shoulder to shoulder and no room to move, but it looks like everyone's got plenty of room, having a great time out there. Hats off to the crew at the museum for making this happen. You guys did a heck of a job. Hats off to you today.
Mike, out of the Norfolk Southern locomotives that you see there, which one's your favorite?
Oh.
Mine is the one with the Statue of Liberty. When I was a little kid, I was obsessed with the Statue of Liberty. And it's crazy to think too, like, I think the big boy, if I'm not mistaken, 132 feet long. The statue itself is 150 feet tall.
Okay.
So just kind of crazy to think when you put it into those terms, exactly how large Big Boy actually is, coupler to coupler.
Yeah. Yeah, they did a great job at all. That's the thing. It's like all 3 of them. Phenomenal. Now, is there supposed to be 6? Is that what I heard?
I think there are 6. And what I really like, and I didn't put 2 and 2 together until I literally saw 2 and 2 together, is the way that the flag wave across the locomotives. It comes together perfectly in a pattern on those locomotives as they're coupled together. Just wild to see those armor yellow cars there at Horseshoe Curve. But this isn't the first time it happened. As a matter of fact, Union Pacific ran a office car special on the Pittsburgh line, and we'll show you clips of that later today from Johnstown, actually, which is the last location that Big Boy will be passing by.
And then we've got some announcements after Cresson on potentially some more places you may be able to see the Big Boy.
Yep. Pretty major announcement for a new location.
That Abraham Lincoln unit is pretty. Oh, it looks like they're starting back down.
Oh, here we go, folks. Take this train and shove it.
You guys are only going to deal with this for a few hours. The rest of us at Scale Trains and Virtual Railfan, we have to put up with Drayton's puns every single day.
Every day.
8 hours a day, 40 hours a week.
Mike, I've really thought about going and doing a stand-up routine.
Yes.
Because my entire life I've been told I'm a stand-up guy. But I am a little hesitant to it.
Yeah.
But I think that I could give it a shot.
Mr. Matlock 2012 and Jim Gramza, both super chatters, and we appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for that. And again, any super chats today, those are all going over to the Altoona Memorial Railroaders Museum with a donation.
There is the cab of 4014. Not exactly sure who's in the cab right now, but
whoever is probably having a pretty good time.
I can't think of a more incredible
iconic. I would love to see what their view is out looking over that curve.
Yeah.
Because you know when our camera turns around, that view is just phenomenal. But hard to believe, and I'm sure the guys in the cab feel the same way. It's just hard to believe they get paid to do this.
Yeah, really. And it's hard to believe we get paid to do what we do too.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you.
It wouldn't be possible without our members.
I had a teacher in high school tell me, Mr. Sear, you need to pay attention to my class because nobody's going to pay you to play with trains. And, well, I believe I won that round.
Look at that. Wow, that is just incredible.
Hey, Justin, can you bring up the sound? Is the sound up on this one? All right, we'll enjoy the sights and sounds.
All right, we are back here now as the big boy is getting ready to depart Horseshoe Curve and head west over the Pittsburgh line. And probably within the next 40 minutes or so, it'll be rolling through Cresson, which of course we will cover. And in between Horseshoe Curve and Cresson, we'll be providing live commentary. It looks like the big boy is backing down Horseshoe Curve for one final run by. What a great experience to be able to see the big boy up close and personal for a few minutes and then get a chance to get a legit run by. Very thoughtful.
This is going to be, I can't wait to hear this.
Very thoughtful of UP and Norfolk Southern to do something like that for the future. We have 7,300 viewers right now on the regular PTZ feed, and on our live broadcast here, we have 1,200 viewers. And we just want to remind everyone, any super chats made today go to supporting the Altoona Railroaders Memorial Museum. They're the organization that operates and maintains Horseshoe Curve National Historic Landmark. They spent over 6 figures to cut down all the vegetation in the trees along the park so that everyone there today could get an incredible view, and our cameras as well. So consider supporting them. If you're watching the PTZ, scan that QR code and consider making a donation today. They will definitely appreciate it. What a beautiful shot. And just look how clean the big boy is. I mean, you can literally see the mountains reflected off the boiler jacketing. That is just incredible.
What a day. Dave Farrell, just a great job. He's our camera operator today. Outstanding job. Thank you.
And we want to plug his YouTube channel too. It's Fast Flying Virginian. He makes some of the best YouTube videos out there of railroads in the eastern United States. If you enjoy Amtrak, especially if you enjoy watching our Ashland camera, Dave does a lot of videos from that area. You're watching the moon landing in our hobby right now, folks. That's what
you're watching. Here we go. I think they're about to make their charge up.
Well, Mike, any minute the big boy should be charging its way west for the photo run by. They stopped at the curve to be up close and personal. Ed Dickens made an appearance. They did some photos with the folks there at the curve, and literally any minute the big boy should be charging past the curve, and we'll get one final look of the world's largest operating steam locomotive rounding the curve on this National Historic Landmark, opened in 1854 by the Pennsylvania Railroad. It was so important to the United States transportation efforts during World War II that the Nazis actually tried to blow up Horseshoe Curve. And to this day, it's actually on a military list of protected sites by the U.S. government. So that's how important Horseshoe Curve is. And I believe it's a 1.8% grade. This was Pennsylvania Railroad's answer to get up and over the Alleghenies, and just an absolutely beautiful place to watch trains.
Oh,
Mike.
man, you know, NS, Union Pacific, the Altoona Memorial Railroaders Museum, everybody involved in this has really done just what a day. Hats off to everybody involved in this. You're watching history being made this morning.
As I was saying earlier, it basically is the moon landing of trains.
Yeah.
This is something that's never been really done before. I mean, other steam locomotives have operated over the curve since the end of steam, but not quite like this, not an articulated locomotive, and certainly not one from Wyoming. Just the amount of logistics involved in making this happen, it's mind-boggling. And, you know, really...
Where did it depart from?
Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Yeah, Cheyenne, and back in the beginning of June. It's just wild to think about how long it's taken them. But they've made so many stops across our network, which we'll show you later. We're going to be live all morning and most of the afternoon as we get the big boy here at Horseshoe Curve, and then at Cresson, which is our newest location. And then after the big boy departs Cresson, we are going to announce our newest Virtual Railfan location. And it might have something to do with the big boy, so you'll want to stay tuned for that. We're going to stay live between Cresson and Johnstown, and I'm told it could be about an hour and a half to 2 hours for big boy to get between Cresson and Johnstown. But the good news is we've got a lot of great content that we'll be able to share with you within that time span. So right now we have over 2,000 viewers on our live commentary here, and over 7,000 on the PTZ camera at the park. And we just want to remind everyone that all super chats today are going to go to the Railroaders Memorial Museum.
Here we go.
And that will be our way of supporting them for allowing us to bring this live broadcast to you. Looked like there were some off-road vehicles there that were coming by, and some high railers.
A high rail right behind them.
Interesting. Not sure if they're supposed to be there. And I see some smoke, and you know they say where there's smoke, there's the big boy. So actually, not really. They don't run it too hard, and understandable why. They want to make sure they can get from Wyoming and back in one piece. But I suspect Ed will be putting off a show here.
Yeah.
Mr. Ed Dickens. So
absolutely.
Mike, let's cut the mics.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for, and we're certainly glad you guys could be here for it.
We've waited for this moment for months, and it's finally here.
Yes.
We're finally going to see the big boy on Horseshoe Curve. Mike, what an unbelievable moment here at Horseshoe Curve. The wheel slip, the sound of the locomotive working hard up the grade, the black smoke. I mean, it really doesn't get any better than that.
It really does not. That was absolutely phenomenal.
I mean,
wow.
Literally the Super Bowl of trains.
Yeah.
There we're getting a good picture of the observation car, and that particular car, actually, if I'm not mistaken, was FDR's car that he used.
The Ferdinand Magellan?
I believe that's the car.
Wasn't that down in Miami?
I'm not 100% sure. I think the Ferdinand Magellan was the one that Flagler used. I don't know. Everybody can let us know in the comments. But
Hugh, Dave Farrell, phenomenal camera operation today. Hats off to you. That was just, you speechless, my friend, speechless. Thank you. Over 8,000, actually over 10,000 of you between the two live streams we've got going on this morning just witnessed history at Horseshoe Curve, and it was phenomenal. I mean, we had everything muted here on our side. I wish you guys could have heard our reaction. We were like a bunch of little kids in here watching with the sound up at full volume. What a way to start a Saturday.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Absolutely incredible. And it's funny, Mike. I have a 1987 copy of Trains magazine, and it's talking about how the N&W 1218 was brought back to service in the late 80s, and how the author said it was the closest thing that the public was ever going to get to a big boy.
Yeah.
And the Challenger, was in operation at that time, but not as often. And so they said, that the 1218 was essentially the largest operating steam locomotive in the eastern United States, with the Challenger out west. And they were talking like there's no chance a big boy would ever be restored. And Steve Lee, the former head of UP's steam program, used to say that. Like, he used to say there's no way a big boy will ever operate, paraphrasing, of course. And here we are in 2026.
I didn't believe it. A couple weeks before the official announcement, there was chatter about it, and of course, you know how that is. I mean, a rumor gets started, and one thing leads to another, and then suddenly everybody thinks it's true, and then probably 2 or 3 days after that is when Union Pacific dropped the official press release that they had found their candidate in Pomona. And the journey began from the fairgrounds there at Pomona, and that was great to watch too. The way they got it out of there, and of course all the volunteers at the Railroad Museum there in Pomona that kept it basically in operating condition. Almost like it was waiting for that day that UP showed up and said, "Hey, this is going to be the one." Mm-hmm. With the track panels in the parking lot and. Connecting it, just basically leapfrogging with track panels across the parking lot at the fairgrounds until they got up to the Metrolink, I believe it was, the Metrolink main line. And after that last train ran that night, they basically cut the rails and slid it over and connected it to the track panels and dragged the big boy onto the National Rail Network for the first time, and since it was stuffed.
Yeah. And I remember that was right about the time, well, actually, I should say, the first trip that Big Boy took was right about the time I started at Scale Trains, which I think was in 2019, and it was a doubleheader with the 844, and that's another magnificent machine if you've never had a chance to see the 844. But just to be able to see it here live from 1,200 miles away or however far we are from Altoona, just an incredible experience. And I'm looking here on YouTube right now, and Cresson is absolutely packed. A lot of people have gone from our stream at Horseshoe Curve to now watching Cresson. The cool thing is on our website, and Justin, if you could pull it up when you get a chance, you can actually watch all 4 of the cameras that the big boy's passing by today on virtualrailfan.com. You'll see Horseshoe Curve, Cresson, Johnstown, and then our live broadcast in the bottom right-hand corner. It's a great way to experience the big boy today. There's also a website chat, just like how we have here on YouTube. It's a great place to connect with fellow rail fans, and we really encourage everyone to head on over to our platform. Another thing we want to remind everyone is any super chats made today on our Big Boy live stream here with Mike and I are going to go to the Altoona Railroaders Memorial Museum. They're the folks who maintain and operate the Horseshoe Curve National Historic Landmark, and we just want to say thank you to them for allowing us to be there virtually, to bring the big boy to thousands of more people. I think they had a limit of 1,000 people there in person, and our live stream definitely added to that. So thank you to them. And
they just created the greatest moment in Railfan history.
Literally.
We just watched it live with almost 10,300 of you. Hats off to all you guys. Seriously, I cannot say it enough. It was what a day. We're about to see it 2 more times, but I don't think you're going to beat the show that they put on there in Altoona.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. And Mike, right now is a really good time to help people get more familiarized with Cresson. So give me a little bit of background on Cresson. Where is our live train camera located?
So the new live camera in Cresson is located on the station inn. So the view that you're seeing up on your screen now is actually a view from the inn. They've got an amazing front porch out there. They've got a little lounge downstairs. You can have a beverage on the porch watching the trains roll by. And of course, you can stay, eat, sleep, shop, everything in Cresson. There's some, great places around. That whole area is great. We used to go up and spend a week or so, in the summer, Railfan in the West Slope, and Cresson was certainly on that list. But now with Alex there at the end have done a whole lot of work, added air conditioning to quite a few of the rooms, and they've really done a phenomenal job. So we encourage you, if you're ever in the Cresson area, book a stay and enjoy one of the greatest porches of all times.
Yeah, you can be in style when you stay there.
Yeah, Alex has joined the official Porch Trains Club with myself, Ed Painter, and Alex. Welcome to the Porch Trains Club family.
Just incredible to see all the people. And I watched an interview of Ed Dickens the other day where he was talking about how there were literally millions of people that they've encountered across the country, the coast-to-coast tour. Millions of people getting to see the world's largest operating steam locomotive. And I never thought this would happen in our lifetime.
I didn't either.
But here we are, and it's interesting too, because like the age that we live in with artificial intelligence and all the technology coming out, Starlink, they're talking about going back to the moon, and Elon Musk is looking to go to Mars. To think about how far the human race has come in the 20th century and now here in the 21st century, and then to be captivated by something from the mid-20th century, what literally is ancient technology.
Yeah.
But there's just something special about a steam locomotive. And I also want to give the Everett Railroad a shout out. They're in Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania. The Everett Railroad is a Class 3 short line, but they also operate a heritage railroad, a tourist train, and they have a little steam locomotive. It's Everett Railroad number 11, and it's this cute little 260, and I think it was built in like 1924 or something like that. And their social media team is just phenomenal. Their marketing efforts, they were doing these graphics where they were comparing and contrasting the size of the big boy compared to their little steam engine. But it's railroads like that, small railroads like that allow people, especially Gen Z, the millennial generation, to learn more about this ancient technology that our grandfathers and great-grandfathers saw every day. Like, you have to remember, this was an everyday thing up until the mid-1950s.
Yeah.
And, a steam locomotive, Graham Claytor said it best. I think he said it best, is that it's a good thing to let another generation know what a steam locomotive is. And, Bill Purdy was a big pioneer here in the eastern United States with the Southern Railway steam program, with Southern 4501. That was really the first excursion locomotive in the eastern United States to travel to different states and different regions. And then out west, it was the 844 or the 8444 back then.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing to let another generation know what a steam locomotive is. But, I want to reiterate, while the big boy is cool, I can't think of a cooler steam locomotive actually. It's so important to support your local railroad museums and your local tourist railroads, because they are making history accessible. Like, there's so many people who aren't able to see the big boy, but you can see a steam locomotive or a classic diesel locomotive in a railroad museum not that far from you, a couple hours away. And it's so important to support organizations that preserve these things, because they are essentially connecting today's generation with the past, and they can't do it without your support. So, if there's a railroad near you that operates a steam locomotive, go see it. Stop thinking about it and go see it. Buy a ticket, ride that train.
Speaking of which, we're going to be taking a train ride here at the end of the month.
Oh yeah, that's right. We will, at the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum. For those of you who don't know, the National Train Show and NMRA Convention is here in Chattanooga at the end of July and the first weekend in August. It's going to be an insane show. We're actually having an open house here at the Scale Train's Virtual Railfan headquarters. So if you are attending the convention, you can ride the train with us that Thursday, the last Thursday in July. And then part of the convention is touring our headquarters here, and then of course the train show itself. So
yeah, looking forward to that.
And
we'll have a booth set up as well.
We'll have a booth set up, and then as far as the excursion goes, you'll get to see the 4501 decorated in green and gold for the first time in 30 years. So last time it was green and gold was the year that I was born, 1996. So
seems like just yesterday.
I know, right? So I'm really happy to see it in green and gold, and it wouldn't have been possible without Scale Trains, our sister company, who donated a significant amount to be able to make that a reality. So in conjunction with the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum, they're celebrating America's 250th anniversary by hearkening back to the Southern Railway Steam Program, and also the 60th anniversary of the Southern Railway Steam Program, which began in 1966. A lot of interesting dates that end in 6, and it's just cool to see it happening here in our timeline. We're watching this unfold from East Tennessee, not able to be there in person, but thanks to this incredible technology that's been developed over the years, we get to watch it live. And Mike, I think it's so important for people to realize how far Virtual Railfan has come. Tell us, when did Virtual Railfan start? What year? Because I don't think people realize how long Virtual Railfan's actually been around.
I think early discussions in 2009, first camera up in 2010 there in Folkestone. And of course, if you missed our live stream here this past Wednesday, we unveiled an entirely new Folkestone. Our cameras, the original cameras that were there, we've actually moved around town several times in Folkestone for different views and whatnot, but this time these views were 20 years almost in the making to get the view of the funnel that we have now. So if you haven't, check it out. It's phenomenal. There's a total of 4 cameras now in Folkestone, including the semi-original. But from the new camera there at the depot, you can actually look over and see the original building where the very first camera went up on the top of Whistling Dixie when it was on the east side of Main Street. So yeah, it's been a heck of a ride, and here we are. I mean, almost 20 years later, and just literally witnessed Railfan history in the making at Horseshoe Curve with the big boy charging up, heading to Cresson.
Absolutely incredible. And Mike, I think we broke maybe not quite an all-time record, but close to an all-time record this morning in terms of live viewers.
We did. At one point, there was over 8,000 people watching live at the Horseshoe Curve, combined with another 2,300 that were watching this particular live stream. So we were sitting at just over 10,000 viewers, which I'm going to say we surpassed the previous record, which would have been Laramie when the big boy first ran on its inaugural run. And that was an interesting morning. He came around the corner and immediately, as soon as you saw the headlight and he came into frame, we got a very brief spinning wheel of death, and that's when my my soul left my body briefly. Luckily, it was just a glitch, and it was over 9,000 there that day watching the big boy charge into Laramie. So, and over the years, we've been fortunate enough to catch him at several places, both existing cameras and new cameras, and we may have another spot we'll announce here very soon that you might be able to catch the big boy.
After the big boy departs Cresson, we will be showing you our all-new location. We're super excited to make that announcement here today, and it may have something to do with the big boy. So you'll have to stay tuned as we make that announcement here in just a little bit.
Yep, and shout out to the super chats. We appreciate you guys. Queen Money, thank you so much for the super chats and a gift membership. We appreciate that. And again, all the donations and super chats coming in this morning are going to go to the Altoona Memorial Railroaders Museum there in Altoona. You know, if you enjoyed the show today, show them some support. There's a QR code link in the bottom of the screen on the Horseshoe Curve camera. They had the trees cleared before the arrival of the big boy about a month ago. Over $100,000 to trim all the trees back at the curve. So, you know, it's stuff just like this that, you know, makes the experience for us great. You know, as a rail fan, as, you know, even the general public visiting the curve, you know, they're able to see the trains come around from pretty much end to end now. And, you know, that stuff isn't cheap. So if you can, if you're able, please do. Show them some support, give them some love. And donate direct. That QR code will also take you directly to their donation page. So
yeah,
we appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
The QR code is on the Horseshoe Curve camera, so you can definitely contribute that way. Well, you know, Justin, I thought while we're here waiting for the big boy, we could show a few of the clips here recorded from Cresson. You know, Cresson is a great place to watch trains. Is Vito's in Cresson, or is that Gallitzin? I can't remember.
It's Gallitzin. I think that's where I had pizza, and it was absolutely
the Italian place.
Absolutely phenomenal pizza. And Kevin Yutz just made
there's some photos.
A good point. The East Broad Top. We haven't mentioned the East Broad Top.
Oh yeah,
they're making a comeback.
They definitely are making a comeback, and it's great to see the narrow gauge steam returning in Pennsylvania. And folks, I misspoke there. We're actually we're going to show some photos of Cresson, not video. We don't have video yet. This camera is so new that we don't have a lot of clips yet. So we'll be showing you some photos here in just a moment to show you what the station inn looks like from the air. Thank you for that $50 super chat there. That is at the Tom Post DE $50 super chat. Thank you.
Yes,
and,
thank you.
Thank you for supporting the Altoona Railroaders Memorial Museum. And there you go, folks. You can see a photo there of the station inn right below that that clip of Mike and I.
Yeah.
As you can see, it's just a phenomenal place to watch trains. We got another photo here
front row seats
of Cresson at night that we'll have Justin pull up here in a minute. Oh, we've got more photos than what I thought. Okay.
Oh, there's a ton. Alex sent over several to choose from.
And we're not 100% sure, but we're pretty confident they're going to park the big boy right in front of the station inn. There are a lot of places you can park the big boy there, so that is to be seen what they do. But yeah, like Mike was saying, it joins porch trains, which is really cool.
Yeah, suddenly I kind of feel like the bottom of the total pole on porch trains now. You've got the station inn, you've got Ed's house there in Cohutta.
We've got 2,800 people right now watching the PTZ camera as we wait for the big boy. It shouldn't be long. I'd say within the next 15 minutes we'll see the big boy at Cresson at the station inn. And if you guys have the time, we recommend checking out the link in the video description for the station inn on the Cresson PTZ. You'll be able to learn more about the inn and book your stay. Like we said, it's a great place to spend the night and watch trains all night. So it might be worth sending Bruce Williams a message and making sure we have a camera operator for Cresson.
Oh, I'm pretty certain we will.
Okay.
Pretty certain we will.
It doesn't get much better than Fast Flying Virginian. Our good friend Dave Farrell, who was operating the Horseshoe Curve camera earlier this morning. Thank you so much, Dave, for being our guy.
Thank you to all of our camera operators, moderators, folks behind the scenes. You've got Justin Cornell running master control today here in studio with Drayton and I. Bruce Underwood helping out in behind the scenes. Bruce Williams, of course, the entire army of blue. our moderators and camera operators that do a phenomenal job every day, kind of keeping everything moving. So we really appreciate you guys too. Thank you.
Yeah, and while you're here, make sure you smash the like button. It really helps us out with the YouTube algorithm. We cannot get these feeds out to more people without your help. So whenever you hit that like button, basically it tells YouTube that this is a popular stream and it sends it out to more people. So make sure you smash that like button. Whether you're watching our live commentary here or the PTZ at Cresson, it helps us out a ton.
And you know, Drayton, a lot of our locations, both new and existing, are a direct result of viewers such as yourselves that send in suggestions. So if you're watching and you know somebody or yourself or have a contact somewhere that has a great view of the railroad, shoot us an email. Let us know. There's no cost for a virtual railfan camera. We'll come in and take care of it all, the installation and everything. So, yeah, shoot us an email to. We're going to use locations at virtualrailfan.com or.
Yeah, locations at virtualrailfan.com. Yep, that's the best way to find us. Justin, I could have swore there were clips from Cresson, but I guess not. It must have all been Johnstown and Horseshoe Curve that I put in there. Yeah, it's always a challenge to put these live streams together, folks, because while it's great that the technology has come such a long way, like you should see our setup in here. It's 2 cameras, 3 TVs, and a laptop and a soundboard, and we've got this little device that we're using called a YOLO box, and that's how we're able to do the live commentary from here in studio. And the way that you get clips from our cameras is you have to download them from our library and then upload them to this YOLO box. And it's hard to keep track of all your clips because there's so many of them. So later today we'll be showing you clips from Johnstown as we wait.
We might be able to get a clip here of Cresson, Justin. If you're able to pull up the console, there is a clip on there. And of course it's from everybody's favorite camera operator, Dave Farrell. It's the first, I think this was the first train we caught after Alex got the cameras up and live back to us. But yeah, we have a clip on there as well that we could probably show you here in just a minute. But looks like the crowd's starting to build there at Cresson. I wonder how many people made the mad dash and are going to follow it.
I don't think you could make it from Horseshoe Curve
No?
to Cresson. I mean, there's only a couple roads that you can take, and it's so hard to get in and out of there.
Well, I don't know. Last time we did this, we did it with Kevin, and Kevin was driving, and it seems like we made it in record time, but that's all I'm going to say.
Well, you just got to remember all the thousands of other people.
And here's that clip, Drayton, from Cresson. I believe this was the first train right as the cameras went live, and you know, we're being backfed to us. So in just a minute, this camera will likely spin here to the left, and we'll capture, I think it was 36G, let's see. No, maybe not. I thought there was a train ID on it, but yeah, so in just a second, this camera will spin here to the left, and this is one of the first clips that we captured right after we got the camera streaming back up to us. So, but yeah, great spot there in Cresson. It looks like earlier, you know, from the live camera, it looks like that crowd was filling up pretty quick. So, and I assume there's probably going to be at least a few people that try to make the dash, or maybe they'll leapfrog around and they've got other spots they want to catch them at.
You could get from Cresson to Johnstown, but the curve to Cresson, I don't think so. That would be so difficult to do.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of back roads. And
now you might be able to catch up just because the big boy's stopping in Cresson.
Yeah.
And then get it leaving Cresson, but I don't see you beating it from the curve to Cresson.
But plenty of time between Cresson and Johnstown to get ahead of it.
Yeah.
It's been a few years since we were up there railfanning on the west slope. We had we were pretty much running the entire time when we were up there watching. So, and I think Justin, you had that clip up. Did that? Is that same clip? It just here we go. So now it's spinning. So all right. So what you guys are watching now? This is, I believe, and Dave, correct me if I'm wrong. This was the first clip just after that camera went up.
Look at that, a special locomotive on
this
the
actually
train.
was part of the grab bag last night from those of you that enjoy the grab bag, I think I threw it in there.
Wow, this is incredible.
You got the employee appreciation unit.
Me personally, I'm more interested in that SD40-2 right there. Look at that.
Yeah, that was definitely tagged in it too.
Shout out to Classic Power.
Yeah, you know, living right next to the tracks, our local usually has 2 SD40-2s, and they sound phenomenal. Especially, you know, when they're doing their run around. The power ends up right next to my office and bedroom and living room windows of the house. So the whole house has that EMD hum, and it's well, I'm really the only one in the house, I think, that really truly appreciates the loud trains 68 feet from the side of the house. But
yeah, well, I have a railroad in my backyard too, and I know exactly how you feel. Looks like the big boy is about 2 miles from Cresson.
Wow.
There's Union Pacific has a live tracker on their website, and it looks like they just went through the tunnel at Tunnel Hill. I know there was a little bit of controversy there with Gallitzin, wanting them to go through Gallitzin, and I'm sure that Norfolk Southern and UP has their reasons as to why they went this way.
And that 4822, that employee unit, didn't Scale Trains, didn't they just release that or have that up for available?
Scale Trains, yeah, that locomotive is available now at scaletrains.com. So head on over if you're an HO scale modeler, and available in N-scale soon too. So make sure to pick one up. Justin says he wants one. So yeah, add that to your roster. And I just ordered a bunch of Gevos. So, you know, you can't
shocked.
Can't ever have too
I'm
many
shocked.
Gevos.
I truly am this is the face of just shock and awe.
Another Gevo. Oh man.
Drayton, it looks like the crowds are getting heavy. I think we're about to get the big boy at location number 2 for this morning.
Excellent. Yeah, I think so too. We should be here in just a couple minutes.
And this is a great shot too. I love that American flag down there. Just, you know, everybody out, summertime. 250 years for the greatest nation on earth.
Amen to that, brother.
Love it.
Amen to that. Thank God we live in the U.S. of A.
And if any of you guys are watching here live in Cresson, turn around and give us a wave. We'd love to see how many we've got also watching from the ground. I see a few of you looking back towards the camera, so maybe we'll get some waves here in just a minute. And something tells me next week's grab bag is going to be very heavy with steam.
I think so too.
We've made had some pretty wild shots. Again, Dave Farrell, thank you. We'll get all that footage put together and be looking for a special on that here coming up.
Big boy is in Cresson, folks, and we should be seeing it here on the live feed any minute now. And just before it gets here, I want to remind everyone that we're going to be announcing our newest location after the big boy leaves Cresson. We'll be giving a preview of that location. Super duper excited to be able to share it with you here live at Virtual Railfan. For those of you who are at home, thanks so much for tuning in. And for those of you here on YouTube, we'd like to encourage you to head on over to virtualrailfan.com/join, where you can join our community of virtual rail fans. It's $8.99 a month on our platform. You get access to our TV and mobile apps. We have a wide variety of providers, so Apple and Android in the app stores, and then on TV we've got Apple TV, Roku, and Fire Stick. Should be here in a few weeks. Amazon Fire Stick.
Testing that now.
Testing it out, and more to come. So stay tuned for that. Our platform is continually being upgraded. We're adding new updates to it all the time. And since we launched in February, we've seen a great response. And
oh yeah, and there are just some major updates at the beginning of this past week. All the players there on the locations pages have been updated, upgraded, as well as some new features added into them. And that's pretty much nipped the buffering issue on some of those locations pretty good. And there'll be updates for the dashboard and the dashboard players coming out sooner than you think.
For those of you watching our live feeds right now, we really encourage all of you to go over there and smash the like buttons. Really helps us out a lot, whether you're watching the Cresson, Pennsylvania camera or the live broadcast here with Mike and I. Make sure you smash that like button. It really does help us a lot. Justin is saying off camera that he can actually hear the whistle of the big boy, so it should be any minute that we'll see the big boy.
I do enjoy playing charades with Justin when he starts being very animated back there. He's making all kinds of signals and.
Oh yeah, it's hand signals, just like back in the day before they had radios.
Yeah. Now is that what I'm seeing here? Her coming up behind the tree.
The large lad should be here any minute, folks, as they say in the UK. I don't actually think they say that, but that's what we say here in the office. We have a UK Railfan here in our office, and we like to tease him all the time. We prefer couplers over buffers.
Well, we prefer real trains.
Yeah, right.
At the end of the day.
Now we do
we
have
love
a lot.
You, Matt.
We do have a lot of Brits watching, so we got to be nice to them. Brits don't have the big boy, so. Oh my gosh, look at that crowd. Oh, here comes a freight train meeting the big boy. This is crazy.
Who's on what track?
Oh man.
Because half of this crowd is about to
Woo! This is something else. At least they're stopping, right? At least the big boy's stopping. So like
yeah.
This is like 611 in 2016.
Yes, I was just going to say this happened with that intermodal train on where
on
was it? On the curve, wasn't it?
It was no. Well, that may have happened with 765.
765, maybe that's what I was thinking about.
But 611 on its very first run out of Salisbury, they were headed north on the Piedmont on its first trip in 2015, and an intermodal train blocked like 1,000 people waiting for it. But you know what? The thing that people need to remember is that the railroads are businesses, and they're some of the nation's largest employers. You know, it's America's livelihood. It's moving goods and services across this great nation, and they just got to do what they got to do. So, and like we said, you know, the big boy is going to be stopping here, so I'm sure everyone's going to still have an opportunity to see the big boy.
And what was the time schedule on this? Was what, 10:45 to 11 at Johnstown?
I think so. It looks like the freight train might be stopping, which
yeah,
I feel bad for the people on the other side of it.
But I didn't really have that far. I mean, a couple locomotive lengths to move down.
This is crazy.
Yeah, great crowds out there in Cresson today, though.
Just want to give a shout out to Alex Lang from the Station Inn, who's our host partner there. We're so grateful to be there on the Station Inn in Cresson.
And he also doubled as the installer. So another shout out and thank you to Alex for a phenomenal job. We were working on some, you know, zoom focus and adjustments, and I happened to spin the camera around, and you know, I was joking with, you know, Alex, you know, going up and down the ladder, but he popped out of the window. Right onto the roof. So as soon as we were done, he disappeared back into the window, and all was good.
Shout out to Alex.
Yeah, crowds are real good there in Cresson, huh? Now, what are we seeing? Do they have a little bit of a delay? Is that what I'm seeing? Yeah, maybe that's why they held that coal train.
Hard to say for sure.
We'll just watch along with all of you guys and see what we see. But either way, it's going to pass and then make its way to Johnstown, and we can get on to this next location announcement, which I think if you guys like the big boy, I think you're going to like this one.
Yep, that's me.
Again, I can't say anything because I'll be in a lot of trouble if I do.
Yeah.
I used to be horrible. I used to have a real problem with releasing location information way ahead of time. So I've done better over the years.
Patience is a virtue. That's what they say, at least.
I'm like a retired doctor, Drayton.
You have no patience, yeah. That's a good one, Mike.
You appreciated that.
I
know
really
you did.
do. That was
I've been waiting all day to use that on you.
that was really good.
Oh, I see Dave Farrell. You're back. Are you, Dave, are you driving today? Are you driving at Cresson too? Are you our official big boy operator for the day?
Well, one thing's for sure, Dave is a smooth operator.
Yeah, I can't release any more information early. Bruce Underwood has threatened me more than once, and he's a big guy like me, so I don't see that going well. It's easier just to be quiet.
Bruce is
Not
a
too
Hulk.
often I'm quiet, as you know. If you guys know me, then you know. But
Bruce is a Hulk of a man.
yeah,
He'll definitely put you on.
definitely appreciate all of our behind-the-scenes folks today. If you guys are just tuning in, welcome. We just witnessed the greatest moment in Railfan history live here with about 10,000 of you. And there's a few of us behind the scenes, and a shout out to them. Justin Cornell running master control here in studio, Bruce Williams, the entire team of moderators, camera operators, and Bruce Underwood as well, operations here at Virtual Railfan, and make sure everybody is doing what they're supposed to do. And our quasi HR guy.
Quasi HR, yeah. Exactly.
All right, we're going to peek through the trees.
I think Big Boy is just out of view there.
Yeah.
Looks like all those people are moving towards us, so
maybe, yeah, the crowd is migrating. I see a lot of people with ice cream. You know what? Ice cream sounds good right about now.
it does sound good.
It's only about 12,000 degrees outside here in East Tennessee today with 9,000% humidity. I was not built for days like this, I can tell you that.
No, and the air conditioning is not really keeping up either.
Did it turn off? It is getting a little warm in here.
But not as warm as in the cab of 4014.
I can't imagine that. I cannot imagine that. I mean, just think about it. On a day, it's upper 90s, you got humidity right up there with it, and you're in the cab sitting on a fire, boiling water.
Mm-hmm. 7-Eleven is a day that we will never forget as far as railroad history goes. It's
Nope.
just one for the books, truly.
It's a special weekend for me too. Today is my dad's birthday. So happy birthday, Dad. Hope you enjoy your day. We'll see you tomorrow. And my daughter, Hannah Banana, she's going to be the big 14 tomorrow, and she's almost my size now. Hard to believe.
It's crazy. Hey, thanks so much for that super chat. Just letting everyone know, if you make a super chat today, all of the super chats are going to go to the Railroaders Memorial Museum, the operators and maintainers of the Horseshoe Curve National Historic Landmark.
And if you guys have never been to the Horseshoe Curve, go. What an experience. It's worth it. Whether you're on the way, from here to there, or you just make a special dedicated trip. If you do go out, there's a ton of stuff you can see in a very short amount of time in that entire area, between Cresson and Johnstown and Altoona. You've got the Curve, you've got the Station Inn, you've got South Fork, you've got Johnstown, and of course, if you're a history buff, Johnstown is loaded with it. And I'm sure we'll chat some more about that when they make their run by there in Johnstown. But the whole area is worth a trip. Give yourself a few days. Railfan the West Slope, go see the sights. Very fortunate. A couple of years ago, we went up and met up with Kevin Yutz there, and he gave us the grand tour several times over a couple of years. We've done that trip, and just a neat area. It's gorgeous. The mountains, really nice.
I want to give a shout out to Bryson Sleppy, the biggest Sheets fan here in our office. Bryson actually has a list of gas stations that he votes on as his favorite, and Sheets, I believe, is his second favorite, behind only Quick Trip out in Wisconsin. So shout out to Bryson. There is a Sheets in Cresson, and there also is Vito's. I looked it up. Vito's is in Cresson,
Okay.
not in Gallitzin. And Vito's is cash only, old school Italian place. They actually have a Conrail style control point sign outside.
Oh, we did eat there too, yes.
And it says
Okay.
CP Vito's out there.
Yep.
And it is truly a fantastic place.
Justin's
to
back
eat.
doing the charades again, going, yes, that's where we ate.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Yeah.
eat at a lot of places, in case you couldn't tell, so I tend to forget them.
Well, Bryson is the undisputed roller dog king. So
You know, I do like a good hot dog from Sheets.
yeah,
I mean, it's, you know, it hit the spot. I remember we had to, when we were riding with Kevin, we had an itinerary the first year, which was something new for us on vacation, having an itinerary. So of course we gave Kevin a hard time about having an itinerary. And I wanted a hot dog, and a hot dog was not in my cards. So I faked a bathroom emergency, and guess where we pulled into? A Sheets. Did I run in and go to the bathroom? I did not. I ran in and got a hot dog.
you acted like you needed to take a Sheets at Sheets, but you didn't. So the other gas station is
I got my hot
wah,
dog.
Wah,
Oh man,
wah, wah. You know?
I'm sorry guys.
Now
Again, you're only dealing with this for a couple of hours. This is every day.
Every day.
Every day. Every
Yeah,
day.
yeah. I want to give a shout out to Alco Loco 251. I like that name. You got to be a little loco to like trains, and especially model trains. And he says scale trains needs some grand trunk power and end scale. I agree. As someone who was born and raised in Michigan, I agree. Train lover 123 Trains Rock with the $2 super chat. Shout out to you, sir. Thank you for the super chat and supporting the Altoona Railroaders Memorial Museum.
Yes, thank you.
All super chats are going to the museum today. So support their cause, their restoration effort of Pennsylvania Railroad K4 1361.
I see Kevin's in the chat trying to defend the fact that he was going to deny us of hot dogs, and it didn't work. We did do a lot of things, and we love you, Kevin, and thank you for that trip. I just didn't think I'd have to fake a bathroom emergency to get a hot dog, but here we are.
It's Kevin 11 on 7-Eleven.
Justin, just unplug it. Let's just call it a day. I'm done. Done.
Kevin's a great guy, and he has actually done some site inspections for us.
And installs.
And some installs, yeah.
So when Kevin does an install, that he set the gold standard that you had to beat, and it was a very high bar to reach.
We've got about 3,500 people watching the PTZ as they await the big boy. I thought the big boy would be parked right here in front of the station inn, but it looks like they have it on display a little further
Have they gotten into town yet?
east of us. They're in town.
Yeah.
They're over by the caboose.
I didn't know if they were going to hold for that, kind of hold back for that coal train or not, but I guess not. Or that coal train's, I guess, going to wait for them to get by. And then.
Yeah. Yep. Wish that tree wasn't there. But, you know, we're just glad that we get a view, period, from Cresson. It's great to be able to see all these people trackside. And if this isn't evident, you know, to every Class 1 railroad that steam is the ultimate PR tool, I don't know what will convince you, because look at all these people.
And it's crazy, though, when you see photos, even from, like, you know, shortly after steam ended, you know, had only been gone a couple of years and they ran these trips, you'd still get massive crowds for it. And, you know, 50, 60 years later, here we are, same thing. So it's great, especially, you know, the younger generation to see their interest in coming out to see this stuff. It's a living piece of history. I mean, these machines are what built the country. You know, they connected east and west and really really made it what it is today. And
It's
they
funny.
continue to do it.
I just pulled up the Horseshoe Curve camera. It's a ghost town at Horseshoe
Is it?
Curve. There's not
Everybody's
a single,
migrating today.
There's not a single person there. That's so funny.
At Vendo, hey, appreciate you. Thank you for your super chat. And Jonathan Murray, we appreciate it. And big shout out to your 5-year-old. Hope he's enjoying the show today. We appreciate you guys watching. Dr. Diesel, 9821, thank you for your super chat as well. Just remember, all these super chats, they're being donated to the Altoona Memorial Railroaders Museum in Altoona for the phenomenal show that they put on this morning with the big boy charging up the Horseshoe Curve. And now we're waiting for it here in Cresson. So
$100 super chat coming in from Damon _Railfan. Thank you so much. You're our #1 contributor so far today, and that's a $100 contribution to the Altoona Railroaders Memorial Museum. And I want to encourage everyone to head on over to their website to make a donation. It's tax deductible. The thing is with super chats is YouTube actually takes a pretty significant cut of them. So if you want 100% of your contribution to go to the museum, head on over to their website, the Altoona Railroaders Memorial Museum. You can just do a quick Google, or as the Canadians say, a quick Goog, and you can find their website and make a donation. So.
Queen Money 4K, thank you again. I think we saw you over in Horseshoe Curve earlier as well. Appreciate that. And again, Damon Railfan, thank you. And it looks like we got Agent 007 Dark Knight also with another super chat.
Lots of them coming in. Wow, this is
Dwayne,
great.
Is it Dwayne Radiker? I don't want to butcher your name. I'm sorry, but thank you for the super chat. We appreciate that. And at Chessie8583, thank you for the super chat. And happy birthday. My dad's celebrating a birthday today, and you too. So happy birthday to both of you guys. Again, appreciate the super chats. Really nice of you guys.
Justin, I'm going to send you a link via GChat. It looks like one of the local news stations is live right next to the big boy in front of the fence. Yep. So since we can't see it on our camera on display right now, maybe you could pull this feed up. It's pretty cool to see it up close. They're like 10 feet from the big boy right now. So at least we can provide live commentary over that feed for our viewers here.
Oh, we got another one with Central Florida Model Railroaders, or Railroad Modelers, I'm sorry. Thank you again, another super chat. And if you guys haven't, check out that channel, at Central Florida Railroad Modelers. They get a pretty awesome layout down there that's very, very cool setup, so check them out. And I think, like Drayton said, there's a news station doing a broadcast, so we're going to see about maybe getting a link to that and see what they're seeing. And if not, we're going to we'll have our own eyes on it here in just a few moments once they get underway and start making their trek to Johnstown. As soon as Big Boy clears Cresson, don't leave us. We're about to announce another all brand new A+ location here on the Virtual Railfan network. And it might have something to do with the big boy. And I love reading the comments from you guys. I'm telling you, Drayton, this community, this Virtual Railfan community, and I've said this since day one, is just, I've met some of the greatest people I've ever met in my life doing this. Very humbling, and it's great to have you guys here with us. So we appreciate you.
Justin, any luck with that feed?
And Blue Ridge Rails, thank you very much. Another super chat.
There you go. There's a live shot of the large lad, aka the big boy, on display in Cresson from News Channel 6. I believe that's an NBC affiliate. Thank you for providing us with this coverage of the big boy live from Cresson. You can see just how massive that locomotive is, with the beautiful eagle, kind of a tribute to Southern Railway in a way. Southern Railway was known for putting eagles atop its headlight on the passenger steam locomotives at least. There you go, they brightened up the exposure. Now we get an even better view of the big boy there on display in Cresson. So the big boy is just beyond our line of vision from our Cresson PTZ camera. It is blocked by a tree. So that's why we're showing you the news station's live feed. Again, that is a NBC News affiliate, Channel 6. So We want to give credit to them and appreciate them being live there in downtown Cresson so we can give you guys a view of the Big Boy. Yes, Action News, Delaware Valley's leading news program. Yes, they are from Philadelphia.
Oh, so they had a little bit of a haul this morning.
Yep, they sure did. I'm really excited to announce our new location, Mike. It's killing me, but we got to wait for the Big Boy to depart because we're going to take some time to actually show you that location and maybe watch some trains go by.
Yeah, you're doing a lot better than me because I wanted to announce it about 5 minutes after we figured out we were going to be doing it.
Looks like the Big Boy might be getting ready to move. Everybody's getting their phones out.
Oh yeah, 2 to go, 3 to back up, 1 to stop, right? Isn't that how it works?
Yeah, I think so. The whistle is on the other side of the locomotive, so it's hard to see with the clouds if they've blown the whistle. We don't have any audio in studio as to not mess with our feed, so Justin's got audio.
Coming up on 3,500 viewers at Cresson. Waiting for the Big Boy to get underway on its way down to Johnstown.
I hope everyone is enjoying our live coverage here on the Inside Track. The Inside Track is Virtual Railfan's news show, essentially a bi-monthly podcast-style program where we launch our cameras and share news about Virtual Railfan, locations and posts. And Inside Track Live, this is actually, I believe, the 3rd time we've done a live broadcast. We did one on Wednesday where we unveiled Cresson. And today we are going to unveil our newest location. So we're super excited about it. If you guys are enjoying the Inside Track Live, you're watching on YouTube, make sure you smash that like button. It really helps us out a lot with the YouTube algorithm. If you have a friend or family member that's interested in the Big Boy, please send them a link. It really helps us out a lot. And also consider becoming a Virtual Railfan member. For $8.99 a month, you can join virtualrailfan.com and get access to every camera at every location, including the new location we're going to announce later today.
Bruce Williams just let us know that there is currently 0 viewers at our brand new location that we're about to announce.
Oh, no kidding. You don't say, Bruce. Thank you for letting us know. I have a feeling, though, there'll be a lot of viewers by the end of the day. You know, and Mike, right now is a great time, too, to talk about another one of our newer locations, and that's St. Louis, Missouri.
Yes.
Which went live last week. Just before the 4th of July, on July 3rd, we unveiled our St. Louis, Missouri camera right on the Mississippi River overlooking the MacArthur Bridge. It's owned by the Terminal Railroad Association, and that is essentially St. Louis's Belt Railroad. It's jointly owned by all the Class 1s, and they move freight around St. Louis, and you'll see BNSF trains, mostly Union Pacific trains, and then, of course, Guard transfers.
I don't know if you tuned in that Saturday night. I know we all watched Friday night for the fireworks and drone show in front of the Arch there in St. Louis. But Saturday night, before the fireworks started, and I don't know if John was running the camera or not, who was running the actual camera, but the Terminal Railroad shoved out onto the bridge with their business car, and they had front row seats for that entire fireworks show from the MacArthur Bridge. So. I would have loved to see what the view that they had, but that's what a way to watch the fireworks. Back your own private car out on the middle of the bridge over the Mississippi and watch fireworks in an iconic American city for the 250. Hard to beat that.
I want to give a shout out to Tammy IDM, and she made my day with this dad joke. She said the Big Boy has all the bells and whistles. So thank you for sharing that mom joke.
Drayton does not need encouragement, folks. We appreciate it, but he definitely does not need encouragement. In some days here at the office is, how do I put it, painful sometimes.
Yeah.
Painful.
You know how to tell a difference between a dad joke and a regular joke? When it's apparent. or when it's fully grown, like GROAN.
Justin, do you have any ibuprofen back there?
Looks better on paper, but you know. Another thing that I wanted to point out too is that Big Boy is likely taking on water here. I'm not 100% sure, but I know on similar sized steam locomotives, they burn like hundreds of gallons of water every minute. It's just crazy. They boil, yeah, I should say that. Yeah, it's crazy how much water they use. And Big Boy is an oil burner. So I'm not exactly sure how the logistics are with an oil burning steam locomotive on a trip like this, but I know with 765, nickel plate road 765, when they would do deadhead trips between different Norfolk Southern subdivisions, they would bring a coal gondola with them. They'd bring like 4 or 5 coal gondolas, and then they would have loads of coal. They'd scoop it up and drop it in. I'm not sure how the logistics work with the Big Boy, but certainly not an easy task. And like we were saying earlier, I can't think of a better person to pull this off than Ed Dickens. I think a drone just got launched in the air. That's crazy.
And another shout out, Mr. Matlock 2012. Thank you for your super chat. We appreciate that. Again, thank you, Drayton. It looks like they saw everybody in the cab window like they were getting ready to go, but maybe not. And I think their departure time at Cresson is 11. Is it 11:15? 11 to 11:15.
I think they're behind schedule, actually. I gotta look it up. It's so hard to keep track, no pun intended, of Big Boy's schedule, and thankfully, Union Pacific has a handy-dandy schedule. 11:15. So they are on time. My bad. Don't come after me.
You get off on the wrong track on that one.
I did. My train of thought has been derailed.
I'm so done.
I'm on the Mommy and Western right now, folks. Where's Andy Griffith? Says someone in the comments. That's great.
I'm telling you guys, please don't encourage him. Please. Justin's just back there shaking his head.
So I know this is a real tender subject, but I'm curious what everyone thinks. Do you prefer coal-burning steam locomotives or oil-burning steam locomotives? And let us know in the comments below.
I don't care as long as they choose.
Kind of how I feel.
What about wood?
I don't know. Are there any wood-burning?
There's
I
gotta
think
be
there
some
is. I think there's like there's some little 440, if I remember correctly, that's privately owned that is wood-fired, but that's the only one I can think of. Well, the large lad should be departing here in any minute. We are super excited to see
He does not stop. Someone asked if they said he doesn't stop, does he?
No.
He absolutely does not ever.
I'm like the Energizer Bunny. I just keep going.
And there's another one. There's another Black Road.
Yeah.
That also works here in our little pod. So it's me and both of the Black Road brothers. All right. It is train time, Drayton.
Hey, here we go. All right,
She's on the move.
Switch back over to the PTZ camera here in just a minute. Big Boy is departing Cresson.
Yes, thank you for that brief stand-in coverage.
Here in just a minute, we will announce our new location as soon as Big Boy clears Cresson. Amazing to watch this unfold before our eyes, Mike. This is truly history in the making here.
It really is. And you guys are getting to see our reaction.
Wow.
All right.
Looks like the feed is paused there, Justin. Thankfully, he'll get it fixed just in time.
Jeez.
We got 1,500 live viewers here right now and 3,400 on the PTZ.
I notice every time you do a dad joke, the viewership numbers drop by. So
Man.
if you keep it up, we're going to be at 0.
accepted.
Time to put on your big boy pants.
Hey, that was a good one.
Ah.
Wow. Hey, look, there it is. Horn salutes between the coal train and the big boy. Look at that. That is absolutely incredible.
This definitely doesn't get old.
You know, Mike, I didn't realize that the big boy was an electric locomotive operating under the wire there. It's eco-friendly. Pretty cool. Look at that. That is incredible to see. From the station in Cresson.
I'm sure the guests staying overnight last night are getting to show their lives here on that beautiful porch this morning.
You can just sit there on the front porch and enjoy your vacation. And watch the beach. It's incredible. Look at those water tenders.
I love that American flag on the side. I really do.
Wouldn't it be great if there was an HO scale model train manufacturer who made those water tenders?
I believe there is.
Oh wait, there definitely is. Scale Trains has those water tenders in stock right now at scaletrains.com. If you're looking to model the big boy in HO scale or N scale, Scale Trains has water tender sets available. So head on over to scaletrains.com to pick up your HO or N scale water tender sets. Big boy comes with a big thirst, so don't leave your steam locomotive dehydrated.
Someone asked if we've seen the big boy. Unfortunately, we have not.
Yeah, we have on our live feeds.
Well, yeah, but I mean in person. I have not. I would love to, though.
Me too, me too. You know, it might be a possibility at our next location, which we'll announce here after the entire train clears Cresson. Actually, I think we're gonna have to wait for the freight train too, because we can't drop our new location when there's a train going by. So we'll just have to see when we can make that announcement. Look at that. I like the name of that car, the Challenger, after the steam locomotive. That's really cool.
Hey, Queen Money, thank you again. Another super chat. We've seen you a couple times here this morning. We definitely appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the show. Yeah, here's a good side-by-side between the NS and the business car fleet. Both of them are phenomenal in their own, but boy, that Tuscan red on the NS fleet is just stunning. Great paint scheme. That's the Virginia going by.
So I misspoke earlier. Those water tender sets are actually available for pre-order. We had a bunch of them in stock, but they sold out. So highly recommend placing your pre-order, because with all of the people in the United States who have witnessed this cross-country tour of the big boy, a lot more people are going to be wanting to, oh, it's the Marco Polo. I totally screwed that one up.
It's an NS car.
A lot more people are going to be wanting to model the big boy. So if you are wanting to model the big boy, reserve your HO and N scale water tenders. Is that Uncle Eric on the back of the car? Looks like Uncle Eric. I don't know who that is. Oh, it looks like Eric Hendrickson. I'm not sure if it is or not, but shout out to Uncle Eric. Look at that. What an amazing moment. What an amazing moment.
And that was awesome. They held that coal train for everybody.
I wonder what that crew thinks, just to be part of history like that. They'll never forget that.
They're probably thinking about going home. All right, and the great migration from Cresson begins. Cresson, station in, thank you. That was a heck of a show as well.
The big boy in style at Cresson.
All right, Drayton, I don't think we can wait anymore.
No, we need to wait a
can't.
few minutes because Justin is working on getting the new location loaded into our live streaming system. So people have got to be patient.
I'm like a
You've
retired
got to be
doctor.
patient.
I have no patience.
Well, you know, I get it. I do. I get it. We're going to prescribe some time, though. Prescribe some time. So
Now, what else are we going to see here? Because just to the right of the camera there in Cresson, that's a Y. That's where Corman is, R.J. Corman, correct?
yeah, R.J. Corman operates a railroad there in Cresson, and I believe they interchange with Norfolk Southern about 3 times a week, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
So,
and there's like a scrapping facility right there too, isn't there?
Yes.
Where they do some scrap metal stuff and equipment salvage and.
I'm going to pull up the Johnstown camera. I love watching people bounce from Virtual Railfan camera to camera here on YouTube. So,
Well, several of our locations are set up so that if you're watching something or trying to follow something special, generally there's a couple of cameras that you'll be able to see whatever you're looking for, kind of going past the different spots. I guess we'll make some updates too on the outages. I'm sorry. We've got a couple locations that have been down for different reasons. Of course, it's not always the same thing. It could be an internet problem. It could be a hardware problem. It could be a contractor problem. It could be insert whatever new problem here, because it's always something. With as many cameras as we have in as many locations, it's not as easy as it was back in the day when there was, say, 5 or 10. Now there's a lot more than that. So I know I believe we got Cocoa, Florida back yesterday. And we've got a ton of stuff happening this week, so just keep your eye out for updates from us on social media and our newsletter on the return of these locations. They haven't gone away. We're just working through issues depending on the location. Like I said, they're not always the same issue. And that's another thing too, is sometimes it's tough with, we work with every internet service provider on Earth, and some are better than others, and some are just not that great and not very receptive to getting back to you in a timely fashion. So, and what do we think here? About an hour or so, or two from
probably about 2 hours is what I'm hearing.
Cresson to Johnstown.
Yeah. We're going to be making our new location announcement here in just a minute. Justin is getting everything set up to make that announcement. He says it's ready. So, Mike, this location that we're about to announce, it has been in the works for a very, very, very long time.
Couple of years,
and we are so excited to add not just a new location. Well, actually, it is. It's actually our second location in this state. I was thinking it was a new state.
Should we let them guess?
Yeah, let's let everybody guess.
All right. How about this? How about the first person to guess? How about the first person to guess correctly? We give them a membership.
Yeah. I mean, I can't make that call. I just work here.
I do too. Uncle Bruce, what do you think? If we get a correct guess in this chat, what do you say we give them a membership for a correct guess?
Let's see. Load it up, folks. Let's see what you think it is.
We're going to keep an eye on it. And
Lexington, Kentucky, Joliet, Fort Wayne, Leetsdale, Pennsylvania, D.C., Fullerton, California, somewhere in Ohio, Midway, Kentucky, Nebraska. It's got to be the city.
Hold on, stop. We have a winner.
It's got to be the city and state, folks.
We have a winner at TL3 Productions-X5T. please shoot us an email to sales@virtualrailfan.com because you are the winner. I'm going to pin your message. And with that message being pinned, we would love to welcome Cheyenne, Wyoming to the Virtual Railfan family. And for those of you that immediately recognize this shot, this is home to the big boy. This is a view here looking back towards the east, and with this camera, there's two cameras here. It's going to be a PTZ and a static. We can see the Union Pacific steam shops. We can see the yard here in Cheyenne. What you're looking at is from the Cheyenne Depot Museum. That's where the cameras are located. And also a crew change point on the Union Pacific here as well. It looks like somebody's operating this camera. And if they happen to take it on a spin, the view looking west is pretty good. We can capture these trains coming into Cheyenne from quite a distance. And again, this is where the big boy will ultimately end up going home to. Here in Cheyenne, Wyoming is the latest Virtual Railfan location. So at TL3 Productions -X5T, just email us at sales@virtualrailfan.com, and we'll get your membership taken care of. So.
Yeah, Cheyenne was a location that has been in the works for a really long time, and I actually was able to do one of the site inspections for Cheyenne, and just want to give a shout to Desiree. She is the director there at the Railroad Museum, the Depot Museum, and just an incredible person to work with. And the city of Cheyenne has been wonderful. This is a location that we get requests for all the time. I mean, literally all the time. And we're super happy to finally be here in Cheyenne at Horseshoe Curve. Well, we went from Horseshoe Curve to Cheyenne. So, sorry, we got a lot of things going on our screens right now in preparation for the big boy reaching Johnstown. Yes, and it's getting warm in here, so that's another thing.
It's very.
The heat's getting to us.
That was a great shot. There was a welded rail train sitting there in the yard. But I'd love to, that view, that long distance view looking to the west is pretty neat. You can see the old, what is that? Was that the old Colorado Southern Bridge?
Yes, that is the BNSF main
Yes.
line, the former Colorado and Southern.
Oh, here it comes up. Good timing. So yeah, the camera right here is panning over. So now you're looking towards the west. I don't know if they'll end up zooming in or not, but what a great shot, especially that long shot where you can actually see the bridge. And then you see the UP main kind of make a quick little dogleg around. I don't know if it's an industry down there or what, but as soon as we got it up here, I don't know, a week or two ago, I was, just kind of peeking around, and just looked like a great view off to the west. And also, front row seats to the Union Pacific Steam Shop. This is where the big boy is ultimately headed back to. Obviously, today they were out in, battling Horseshoe Curve, Cresson, and now they are on their way to Johnstown. And it looks like the camera is about to set up for this long shot coming up. Here we go. Yeah, really cool. See the signals there. That embankment, kind of the top third of your camera, that's the old Colorado Southern, now the BNSF, with a bridge there off on the right-hand side of your screen. But yeah, the main line, kind of like Dogs Around, goes through under that bridge, and then kind of gets back into a straight path west. But you can see them out even over the highway back there. But yeah, what a neat view, and a huge thank you to the Cheyenne Depot Museum. Great folks to work with out there. If you're in that area, definitely worth a visit. Got some great stuff and an absolutely beautiful historic station there in Cheyenne. So yeah, that's where the track kind of jogs around the bridge there.
Well, and another thing to remember is when the big boy departs and comes home, you'll be able to see it every time it leaves and comes back to Cheyenne. So, Cheyenne's a really challenging location because of all the poles in the way. But overall, I think this install turned out fantastic. And I want to give a shout out to Sean Thull. He was our installer. I actually met him at the Denver train show, the Rocky Mountain Train Show. And Sean does excellent work. If you're in the market for security cameras at home, Sean will take care of you. His business is called X-Centrals, XSS Essentials, and they're located in Denver, and they do installs all over Colorado. So definitely, if you're in the market for security cameras, check out their business. Sean is just a true professional, one of the best people that we've worked with as far as installations go, and couldn't work with a better guy. So thank you, Sean, for being our partner out in Colorado. But Cheyenne is such a cool town.
Yeah, look at it. We're getting a view of downtown now. Really neat.
It's the state capital there in Wyoming, and a lot of great restaurants to eat at. This location was a real challenge to get together because we weren't quite sure what the best view of the UP Steam Shop would be, and thankfully we found a nice spot, part of the depot that juts out a little closer to the track, and it's a great view. As the camera pans over here, you'll actually be able to see the clock tower on the depot, and I think this building is one of the most iconic railroad depots in the country. It's absolutely huge, and the museum at the depot is a really world-class location to learn all about Union Pacific big boy history and Challenger history and Sherman Hill. I mean, just a great place to learn all about UP Railroad history. So
there's a couple of different locations that the viewers love to look at the clocks. Ashland being one of them. Now we've got a clock in Cheyenne that we can peek at. But yeah, absolutely a beautiful, beautiful building. Someone was asking if there's even more locations. There is, and again, I'm sworn to secrecy, but we have another major one. Huge
announcement, and that announcement is actually going to come next week. Can't say where it's at, but that particular location will actually be our first location in said state. Can't reveal what state that is. But,
well, we're running out of states. How many states are we in now? 40.
I don't
40?
know. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, Alaska was by far the most incredible installation I think we've ever done. And if the operator will pan over just a little bit, you'll be able to see the steam shop there. But the steam
shop sits just to the right. Basically, if the camera's looking straight ahead, you're looking right into the shop there. The UP steam shop.
From what can't speak. From what we are told, the big boy actually shoves into the steam shop. There they go. They're panning over now. You see where those yellow box cars are there, just below where the yard tower is? That's where the big boy will come into and out of the shop. And from what I understand, the turntable is actually not large enough for the big boy, and that's why they have to go out that side of the building.
Really?
It was big enough for the Challenger, but not for the big boy. And we were talking earlier about doing more content with the big boy. Cheyenne has a Railroad Days event every year.
Yeah.
Don't know the date off the top of my head. I'll have to Google that. But we have an open invite to participate in Railroad Days, and that's when they open up the Union Pacific Steam Shop and they do tours, and they show off the big boy, and Ed Dickens is there, and it'd be possible, in the future for us to attend that event. So certainly on our list of things we want to do.
Yeah, a lot of history too here in Cheyenne. You know, you want to talk about the Old West. This is definitely an iconic place when you think of that. You
A lot of trains.
Imagine
here.
this 100 plus years ago, or even like stagecoach days and, you know, things like that. Just, yeah, the West is certainly different once you get out there. It was, you know, my first time out there was pretty wild. You know, I've been fortunate enough to do all the long distance Amtrak trains, and each one is a little bit, well, is actually vastly different than the other. You know, the Southwest Chief, you get to see the, you know, the American Southwest, the deserts, you know, things like that. And then you've got, you know, like California Zephyr, you get to enjoy the Rocky Mountains, you get to enjoy the Sierra Nevadas, and that stunning, you know, scenery. And then of course your Empire Builder up through the Cascades, and just beautiful. But you get a real appreciation, especially if you're not from out west, you know, us East Coasters, you know, everything, it's just a completely different world, it seems like, once you cross the Mississippi. And again, thank you guys for our camera operators today. Really appreciate it. You know, we're just kind of getting a peek at some of the cool equipment in the yard here at Cheyenne, but this is a very busy camera, you know, outside of the, you know, big boy aside and all that. This is a very, very busy spot. Location number 2 in Wyoming here as well. Very interesting snow removal, snow plow. Really neat looking.
I wonder if looks like they still use it. I mean, it's got the conspicuity stripes on it, so they must use it.
Really neat.
And that classic silver
Yeah.
maintenance of way scheme. We have 1,000 viewers here right now. Thanks so much for hanging out with us here in our live coverage of the Big Boy steam locomotive across Pennsylvania. We're going to be showing clips live here from our latest location of Cheyenne, Wyoming. And Big Boy will be traveling between Cresson and Johnstown. And Johnstown is our last location where we'll show the Big Boy. Between now and then, we're going to show you Cheyenne, and we're also going to take a look at some of our other locations as well.
Yeah, because, you know, once the East Coast side wraps up, then we'll have several more cameras in the path coming west as well.
Mike, I think that caboose looks grand, don't you?
Yeah. Indeed. Rio Grande.
Cue the Duran Duran song. You know, her name is Rio.
Oh, yes.
You know, all that,
Yes.
yeah.
All right, let's take a quick break. I don't know about you, Drayton, but I could stand to use the men's room and get a refill on my Dunkin'.
I agree. And the good thing is, Mike, we have a bathroom right here, so you're in luck. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with you. Justin, if you don't mind, let's leave Cheyenne up there while we take a quick break.
We also got the grab bag, too.
Actually, you know what? The grab bag's a great idea. Why don't we play the grab bag instead? I like that idea better.
I think that'll buy us about 14 minutes, and that's plenty to go potty and have a coffee break. So funny. Do you use the word potty? Like I've used the word potty ever since my kids were little.
I
now
do use it now.
I'm a grown man saying, you know, I have to go use the potty.
Well, you know.
And pretty please, that's another thing I use, because pretty please, you know, it used to get you everywhere with kids until they grow up, and then pretty please now gets you absolutely nowhere. Gets you funny looks, and you just can't win, not even with a pretty please.
No.
All right, Justin, how about a grab bag, pretty please?
This grab bag is brought to you by the all-new Virtual Railfan app. Enjoy member-exclusive features only available on our web, phone, tablet, and TV apps. Check your app store for the latest version of this brand new Railfan platform. For the best experience with the most features, go to virtualrailfan.com/join and sign up today.
All right, everyone, welcome back to our live coverage of Big Boy 4014 on the Pittsburgh line. We watched it roll through Horseshoe Curve this morning just after 9:25 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We got called out by a lot of people on it's now Eastern Daylight Time.
Listen,
not
I'm
Eastern
old
Standard.
school. I still put 2 spaces after a period, and I still use EST. You're never going to break me of this habit. The period thing, Bruce got on to me. I think I've broken myself of the only 1 space after a period.
Yeah.
But for this boomer, this is too much.
Yeah. Well,
now we're changing EST to EDT, and I mean, what's next? Is there any limit to this madness?
Mike, I think it's time to make a change. That's okay, though. Hey, listen, everyone. I just wanted to show off my coffee mug here, which I don't know if you can see on screen, but it says, "Ask me about my dad jokes." So I wanted to say that I received this mug as a gift from a friend of mine for my birthday because I used to make dad jokes before I had a kid, but now that I am a dad, I can actually make the jokes legally and not have to fly under the radar. And you know, every time I drink out of this, you know, someone always wants to mug me. So
please do not encourage Mr. Blackgrove, please.
Now, if you guys missed it, we just dropped our newest location, which is Cheyenne, Wyoming. And I'm telling you, it is an incredible spot. And it's really hard to manage everything that we've got going on here at this live stream right now. We've got multiple screens up. Mike's got screens up. Justin's got screens up. There's a lot going on, so I apologize if I was distracted earlier. I'm actually trying to download the full coverage of the Big Boy from Horseshoe Curve to be able to upload it as a separate video for those who want to see it as a separate shareable video. So I'm in process on that. And then, of course, we've got our internet. Our internet is not the best here at the studio today. So we're hoping that we can get that clip downloaded and published on YouTube. So I apologize if it was a little distracted in the last segment. But Justin, if you don't mind, let's bring up Cheyenne again for our viewers who are just now tuning in. And I wanted to mention also that this afternoon only, we are making the Johnstown PTZ camera on YouTube available to everyone. So you don't have to be a member to watch the Johnstown PTZ camera. It's available for everyone.
Wow.
You'll be able to see the Big Boy here in about an hour and a half rolling through Johnstown, and it's not making a stop. The Big Boy is gonna just be rolling right through town. So Mike, here we go. We got a train here in Cheyenne.
Yeah,
and,
perfect timing, train time.
This
My
train has just departed Cheyenne, actually. This is a crew change spot. So this train is actually headed west towards Sherman Hill on the UP Overland route. And this is actually where the Big Boy 4014 is based. So the cool thing is whenever the Big Boy comes and goes, you'll be able to see it right here on Virtual Railfan now for the first time. So, and this particular location has been in the works for a really, really, really long time, over 2 years. And same thing with St. Louis. St. Louis was in the works for over 2 years as well. So it's what people don't realize is it takes a long time to be able to get these locations to come together. And sometimes it's a matter of not being able to find a solid internet provider there. And other times it's just trying to find the right equipment. Mike, I actually think the Big Boy is going to be in Johnstown a lot sooner than Johnstown's right there. The Big Boy's right there. That's probably only 15 miles, maybe.
Looks like a lot of yellow in between him and.
That's the route Big Boy's taking. So I mean, like that to me, it's going to be a lot sooner than an hour. But we'll see. We've got a lot to share with you guys here while we wait for the Big Boy. We're tracking it on the live GPS tracker on board the Big Boy. So, but like we were saying, Cheyenne is our newest location and great spot. And with the PTZ camera here that you can see in this shot, you can actually see the BNSF main line, which was the old Colorado and Southern, they didn't have nearly as large of a presence in Cheyenne as Union Pacific, but still a great way to be able to view both railroads. We're also exploring the possibility of adding more cameras in the future to Cheyenne. So you'll want to check that out. Cheyenne, both cameras are going to be available for free through the next 2 weeks. So it'll be available to everyone on YouTube and on our website. And then after that, the fixed camera will be available here on YouTube, and then the PTZ camera will be available at virtualrailfan.com. And this is our 5th of 6 new locations that we're announcing this month.
This month?
This month, just in July. So next week, we're going to drop an all-new location in a new state that currently have 0 rail cams. As far as we're aware, our competitors don't have any cameras in this state either. So we're super excited to be the first live train camera provider in this state, and we think you're going to love it. So really cool, though, to see this double stack intermodal. I love those evergreen containers. Those are really cool to see. Hey, Mike, look, there's one.
What?
One of those containers, you know, the pink ones.
Ugh.
Got him.
Jeez.
You can play that joke on your friends next time you're trackside. I did that to my wife once. My wife, I have the best wife.
And the viewer count just dropped by at least 100. At least 100.
Listen, I know everyone thinks their wife is the best, but mine is truly the best because a couple years ago, she got me for Valentine's Day, which, you know, I'm a guy. Guys don't really care about Valentine's Day. But my wife made it special for me. She got me an HO scale well car, and she got 4 1 containers, 2 white with the magenta lettering and 2 pink with the, well, I should say magenta. That's the correct word, with the white lettering. And she said on her card, "You're still the one."
You know, I've met Rachel. She is so sweet. She should probably get the Nobel Peace Prize. I don't know how, like, you know, I only have to really deal with this for 8 hours a day. She has to deal with this the rest of her entire life.
Yeah, she does.
And a huge shout out to Rachel. Hats off to you, because I don't know how you do it. I really don't. I honestly don't know.
Well, she makes mom jokes now, which is great. Like, she keeps right up with me.
If you can't beat them, join them, I suppose.
That's right.
Or something like that.
Something like that. Also, while we're live here in Cheyenne, I want to give a shout out to our coworker, Wade Murdoch. He is the biggest Cheyenne rail fan that we know of. He's also a flat earther, but that's another story for another day. Wade loves Cheyenne, and he definitely is not one to be Cheyenne away about it. He loves rail fanning there. His sister lives there. He tells us all the time, at least once a quarter, about that time he went out there in the early 90s to rail fan. So, Wade, I just want to give a shout out to you. We love you, buddy, and definitely love working with you. And Wade is one of the, I like to say this about Wade. Wade is one of the coolest old dudes that I know.
100%.
The man is in his late 70s. He's still working. His wife won't let him retire, but he's still working. But this guy is the most technologically adapted old guy ever. I mean, this guy's using AI. He's using, like, Premiere Pro. He's all over the internet. He's big into podcasts. Like, I tell Wade all the time, when I get old, I want to be like Wade.
I mean, that's something to, yeah, 100%. Wade's good people.
And he's just the nicest guy. Like, he really is just the nicest guy. So we love you, Wade, and hope you're having a great Saturday. And we just want to thank everyone here for hanging out with us here today as we cover the big boy traveling across the United States through Pennsylvania on the Norfolk Southern Pittsburgh line. Just want to friendly remind everyone, all of the super chats made today on this feed and on the Horseshoe Curve feed will go directly to the Altoona Railroaders Memorial Museum. And just another reminder, if you make a donation, a contribution through YouTube, YouTube takes a cut of it. So if you want a tax-deductible donation, go to their website. You can do a quick Google, Altoona Railroaders Memorial Museum. go to their website, make a donation, leave a note saying that you came because of Virtual Railfan. They'll really appreciate it. And we really appreciate them being our hosts there at Horseshoe Curve. Mike, we've got 367 people so far on the Johnstown PTZ camera, and it looks like there are a lot of people. Going. A lot of people starting to line the tracks there in Johnstown. It shouldn't be too long. Justin, before we get to Johnstown, I was wondering if we could show some clips of our camera that we announced last week, which was St. Louis. I want to share a little bit of information about our St. Louis live train camera. If you could pull that feed up when you get a chance, that'd be great.
And that's another one. It's got so much stuff going on. You've got barges on the river. You've got the ship traffic. You've got the rail traffic on the MacArthur Bridge. You've got the UP yard where you can literally watch them kick cars all day long with a couple of. Are those Jeep 38s they're using there?
Jeep 38s, yeah.
And they sound phenomenal.
Non-turbos.
Sound absolutely phenomenal. They're kicking cars all day. So if you're into that kind of stuff, there's a little bit of everything there in St. Louis. And a huge thanks to the to Redbird Carriers for hosting this camera here on the waterfront.
Yeah, Redbird is a trucking company, and I was asked the other day, what kind of trucking do they do, and they do a little bit of everything. They do a lot of the containers, but they also do the regular. I'm not a trucker, but the old school, the regular kind of trailers,
dry vans and reefers, stuff like that.
So here in our live view at St. Louis, you're looking at the MacArthur Bridge. This bridge is owned by the Terminal Railroad of St. Louis. They actually swapped ownership. I think it was Missouri Pacific that they switched ownership with, or maybe Union Pacific at that point. There's another bridge that they traded, and at one time there was actually a road before the interstate that went above the railroad on this bridge. It's really, really cool. If you look closer at how the bridge is designed, you can actually see where
you can see the
supports were for the road. It's just crazy. It's very similar to that bridge at Fort Madison.
Yeah, yep. the railroad on the bottom, the highway on the top. And that's a neat bridge to drive over. In fact, the first time I ever went to Fort Madison, my first order of business wasn't looking at the cameras or, seeing the location. It was, we need to drive over the bridge, and we did.
Yeah.
Cost us $1.
Nice. And the railroad owns the bridge.
The most fun you can legally have for $1.
There you go. There you go. One of the another things I wanted to mention about St. Louis is you see the flood wall there with all the graffiti and artwork on it. And it is artwork. I can call it artwork because every year they have a festival where local artists come and they actually paint the flood wall. So every year that you go to St. Louis, the flood wall is thousands of feet long, and artists get a 10 to 20 foot section that they're allowed to repaint, and it's like a week-long event. You
That's
can actually
really neat.
Go there and watch them paint the flood wall. So I don't know exactly what week of the year it is. It might have already happened for this year, but when they have that week-long art event, you'll actually be able to watch the artists there paint the flood wall, which is really, really cool.
Yeah, you can see it. Now I see those stringers you're talking about just above the railroad that would have been the supports for the road deck.
Isn't that crazy to think about? Like,
yeah,
just wild. Yeah,
and think of the age of the bridge.
Look at all of the different designs there. It's just incredible. And what I like about it is it all kind of flows together on the flood wall. It looks like you got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles there on the far right.
Can you name all four?
Oh, gosh. Michelangelo, Donatello.
Raphael.
Yeah. I'm not going to get the other one. There's only two I know. I like the purple guy. That guy was my favorite. He had the stick that he would hit people with. So that's all I know.
We can't do that now.
No, that's outlawed.
And somebody had asked, was that the Mississippi? Yes, that is the Mississippi River that you're looking at. So on top of all the trains and other interesting things you'll see, between the switching and and everything else, you'll get river traffic, ships, barges up and down, plying up and down the Mississippi.
Leonardo, that's what Bruce says. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you. Bruce is...
I knew Bruce would come in for the save on that one.
Child of the 90s right there. And there you go, a beautiful view of the Gateway Arch. If you've never been to the Gateway Arch, we highly recommend checking it out there in St. Louis. It's a very odd experience because the elevator you get in is actually a ball and it rotates as you go up.
I took Hannah out here for on our way to Fort Madison and La Plata one year, and it was about 14,000 degrees in July, and we took a little river trip, went right by the arch, and then we had an ice cream right in front of the arch, which was the highlight of that moment since it was so hot.
Definitely. And the cool thing is that monument is the overarching theme of this camera. So I just thought I'd get that one in there. Folks, it looks like the big boy is within about 5 miles of Johnstown, so we might want to switch over to the Johnstown feed. I thought it was going to take a lot longer to get to Johnstown, but it looks like Norfolk Southern has cleared the way for the big boy to just be able to go right down the main line without any issues. And
do we know what track you're using in Johnstown?
I don't know, but we've got
we got coverage in all of them, so.
Yes.
Johnstown is next, folks, and it looks like that time. What's it look like on your tracker?
Well, this was from a couple minutes ago, so I would say they're really closing in.
Yeah.
I mean,
so he's pretty close. Again, thank you, Justin. He's got the nifty picture-in-picture, so you guys don't miss our beautiful faces while we're waiting for the train. But you can see some folks out here in the middle. This is kind of what not to do at events like this. Trespassing on the main line, absolutely highly frowned upon, especially on a curve like this, because a lot of people they don't think a train can sneak up on you, and unfortunately, they can. And by the time you figure it out, or just bad news all the way around.
Well, not only that, not only is it unethical, but it's also illegal. And if you're trespassing on railroad property, you can actually get a ticket for it, and in some cases be taken to jail for it. So,
or the ultimate ticket, your ticket out of town permanently.
Yeah, that's not something you want to have on your record. And railroads are federal, so if you get a ticket from a railroad cop, that's not good. So I believe that one of our friends who was watching the live feed, Blue Ridge Rails, is up on that bridge right there.
Oh, is he?
I believe our friend Nathan Wyke is up there on that bridge, and he sent us a clip earlier of the of him and a group of friends waiting for the big boy. So I'm not sure if it's this bridge or another bridge.
Shout out to Nathan and your buddies. Stay safe out there and enjoy the day. It's going to be a good one.
Probably pretty toasty out there right now.
Oh yeah, I mean we've done a couple summer times in Pennsylvania, and it was pretty hot.
Nathan said it's taking a lot longer than normal because a lot of idiots are on the tracks, and don't like to use that word, but I mean, like, the thing is with trains is, like, it's not like they leave the tracks. Like, as long as you're not on the track, you're not going to get hit by a train. So it just makes you question the IQ of some folks who think it's a good idea to stand in the middle of the gauge like that. So
yeah,
it's
and that's another there's unfortunately when we do catch incidents, first and foremost it's the train crews too that are going to. One, they have to witness that and likely live with that for the rest of their lives. And then, the effect kind of trickles down. Unfortunately, a lot of us, myself included here at VR, have had to, pull and clip footage from incidents, whether it be on purpose or on accident, that don't have a good ending. And that's not something you want to see, and you certainly don't want to be that person on camera. In fact, we just had one just a few days ago. We had to work with the CN on, and it's ultimately the person they passed away as a result, and that's not good. You're affecting everybody. Train crew lives, your family, your friends, you. I mean, not the way to go. Not the way to go.
No, and it taking your own life is a selfish act, and to do it with the railroad, it's even more selfish because you're using a machine to take your life that's operated by at least 2 other crew members. And like Mike said, they have to live with that for the rest of their lives. I mean,
and they're just trying to go to work.
They're just trying to go to work and get home and see their families. And I know a lot of guys who have had to take multiple weeks off of work and get counseling because they've seen some absolutely horrific things. And
I almost hit a squirrel the other day and had to come apart. You know? I mean, that was so. Yeah, it's just stay off the tracks. I mean, it's not that difficult.
It's not rocket science, as they say, and this is not the way to do it, folks. So.
I got to say, though, overall, this entire trip for the big boy has been a pretty good event. I mean, everybody, of course, there's always 1 or 2 or 5 that set a bad example, but for the most part, I think it's been a pretty great trip for these guys. Everybody's been pretty respectful of keeping their distance and being safe around the tracks, but there's always a few that just don't seem to get it.
Well, it's 12:11 on 7/11, and it should be just a few minutes before the big boy gets here in Johnstown. Justin, if you don't mind, real quick, throw up the map of Johnstown so people can see what the track layout looks like here in town. This camera is located at the historic railroad depot there, and the big boy should be going through East Conemaugh right now. So our cameras are located approximately at milepost 74.8, and there is a short line railroad that goes south from there, and a great spot to watch trains. I've been to Johnstown before, really enjoy watching trains there. It's just scenic and in the mountains, just ultimate mountain railroading, and what a cool locomotive to conquer.
And Johnstown's beautiful. Not only the trains being a draw for us and our people, but history buffs, a lot of history there in Johnstown. And, a huge shout out to the Johnstown Area Heritage Association and Vision Together 2025 for making these cameras possible. We really appreciate you guys. So if you're ever in the area, Johnstown's one of those you got to put on your must-see list, both for trains, for history, for the beauty. There's a ton to do in the city. It's really a neat place. I remember passing through, we actually took a private car all the way to Pittsburgh a couple of years ago on one of our whistle stop tours and came through Johnstown. But we have been actually to visit and do some rail fanning as well.
It looks like the big boy is through East Conemaugh, so it should be literally any minute, folks, that we see the big boy rounding the curve. And really quick, I just want to remind everyone, if you want to help support Virtual Railfan so that we can get more locations added to our network, come on over to virtualrailfan.com/join. Sign up to become a member. It really helps us. It's $8.99 a month. You get access to every camera at every location in our network. We have over 75 locations at this point, over 150 cameras. Some locations have 4 cameras, and here on YouTube, you usually only have access to just 1 camera at one location. Also, Google has been threatening to limit live streaming here on YouTube to only 10 live streams. So not 10 locations, 10 feeds. And like we said, some of our locations have 4 cameras. That would be 4 feeds that would be taken up right there with only 6 left over. So it's a very real possibility that the only way to watch our cameras is over on our platform. So please consider heading on over there to support us. As we were talking about earlier, we've dropped 5 cameras this month.
Yes.
5 locations, not cameras, 5 locations, and we're dropping one next week. So earlier we announced that our newest location is Cheyenne, Wyoming, which is the home of the 4014. And en route between Pennsylvania, you'll get to see the big boy at Fostoria, Ohio. You'll get to see it at St. Louis, Missouri. You'll get to see it at Greeley, Colorado, and also Cheyenne. So it is a big part of our growth in our network is this big boy trip and our cameras. We wouldn't have been able to do it without your support and the support of our hosts who have our cameras there. So thank you to our hosts who make it a reality as well.
Yeah, and going back to the 10 stream limit, fortunately, I don't think we've been affected here in the U.S. Yet. At least, I don't think any of our competitors have been affected here in the U.S. Yet with that, and hopefully we won't. But our friends at RailCam UK over across the pond, they have been, and they are very similar in size to Virtual Railfan over at RailCam UK, and they were limited to 10. without a whole lot of warning either. So.
Yeah, it just happened overnight, and we're really grateful too to have our platform, because if this restriction happened and we didn't have a platform in place, literally like, gosh, what, 92 or 3% of our network would go dark.
Yeah, and I was just looking. Bruce had mentioned it apparently has hit the U.S. It wasn't train related, but there's another major live camera provider, I guess, that's already been affected by that 10 stream limit. So. I wish YouTube was a little bit more out and open with their plans and whatnot, but unfortunately they're not. YouTube has been very difficult to deal with over the years. It's always been a pain.
Another free way to support Virtual Railfan is to share this live broadcast with a family member or a friend, and also to hit the like button. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you smash that like button. What it does is it tells YouTube, hey, this live stream, it's pretty popular, and it sends out the live stream to more people who otherwise wouldn't know about it. So make sure you smash that like button. I don't have a live like button count right here, but we have over 984 viewers right now. Let's see if we can get over to 1,000 likes on this live feed. If everyone can do it right now, we would really appreciate that.
And the platform is pretty awesome,
oh yeah.
Nothing beats. There's a few cameras that I just love to put up on the big screen TV and watch. And not to mention, you get, there's a bunch of other features too. As a matter of fact, as of this week, the players have been updated both on the locations pages and in your dashboard for much smoother operation, basically reducing or completely eliminating any of the buffering that you might have experienced before. So if you're getting a little frustrated with the buffering while we were making updates and changes, that's obviously, we don't want that either. We apologize, but definitely come back over, check it out, and it's really neat. You can watch, phones, tablets, smart TVs. You've got backtrack, you've got, dashboard.
New apps coming,
yeah,
too.
And then, like on the locations pages, another new update that was added is on the locations, you can actually bring up a physical map with pins of all of our locations, and now you can do a live weather radar overlay on that. Or you can just have it blank to just your locations. But, we do notice a lot of our fans and viewers, you guys love trains, and that also usually means there's planes and boats and trucks and weather. They all seem to be tied in together. And Drayton, looking now, the crowd, they must hear something, because everybody's gathering and getting ready. So almost big boy time here in Johnstown, and a beautiful day. Oh yeah, the crowd's here. So
oh boy, here comes the big boy.
All right, Justin, here we go. Oh, we're getting some heavy rains here in the studio too.
Hopefully we don't lose connection here. This would be really bad.
Well, we got 2 out of the 3, so let's hope we can slide this in before Mother Nature potentially turns the lights off. And again, if you guys are out watching Big Boy today, please, please, please stay safe. Drink a lot of water. Here we go. It's train time.
25 feet back, folks. And there it is. There is the world's largest operating steam locomotive at Johnstown, and it is on the closest track,
yes.
Mike. Wow. Holy cow. Look at this. Look at the articulation.
Yeah. Ed, please keep your hands and feet inside the train at all times.
Yeah, really, yeah.
Got some close clearances coming up.
This is incredible.
Oh.
Everybody's getting a steam shower right there.
Here's another example why 25 feet, not that it may have mattered in this case, but why it's always a good idea not to be standing right next to the train. You get way better shots anyway when you're not on top of it. So.
Gosh, look at that. It dwarfs the building. That is insane. Wow, look at that. Look at that. There we go, right there. A nice bird's eye view of the train crew. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Doesn't get much better than that.
Historic day today, guys.
Truly, truly an unbelievably historic day. The big boy on the Pittsburgh line, July the 11th, 2026. In America's 250th year as a nation, what a way to celebrate. Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern, just an unforgettable event. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who made this possible.
And thank you to our partners, the Altoona Memorial Railroaders Museum. We've got the Station Inn in Cresson. We've got the Johnstown Area Heritage Association and Vision Together 2025 here in Johnstown. Our moderators, our camera operators, our behind-the-scenes guys, Bruce Underwood, Justin Cornell, Bruce Williams, everybody. Thank you so much for a pretty successful day, I'd say, of train watching on the West Slope.
Gosh, what it would be like to be on that train right now. Can you imagine that?
A once-in-a-lifetime experience. I'd like to be in that dome car.
I am really going to miss the Norfolk Southern passenger car scheme if the merger does end up happening. I just love the way the NS train looks. It's just such a classy scheme. Look at that. You can see the whole train there around the curve.
Beautiful car bringing up the markers, too, that Marco Polo.
Marco.
Drayton, an absolutely historic day, all before lunch on the East Coast.
I know. Underwood, Bruce, I hope you're okay with a company lunch.
He was okay with the company breakfast. So. Better to ask for forgiveness than it is permission.
Yeah. Breakfast was McDonald's, so I feel like we need to go to a steakhouse or something. Just kidding.
I don't know about all that.
Just kidding. Wow, look at that. Love the drum head there too on there.
Yeah.
Super cool.
It really is.
What an amazing
How many people you got
day.
watching on Johnstown?
I took that page down.
Did you? I know we got about just over 1,000 here watching with us.
We have 466 there on the PTZ and over 1,100 here.
Yeah, and our camera operator today, Mr. Dave Farrell, better known as Fast Flying Virginian in the chats. Be sure to check out his YouTube channel. He's got a ton of great stuff, but he's been our camera operator today for the Horseshoe Curve, Cresson, and Johnstown segments, and absolutely hats off to you, my friend.
Look at the
what a day.
The Railfan chasers
parade.
There. Yeah. Wow.
If you guys are going to continue the chase today, please stay hydrated, stay away from the, give yourself plenty of room on the tracks and be safe out there. It's going to be hot, but what a historic day. I'm glad we could bring this coverage to you guys.
Once in a lifetime, and it wouldn't be possible without our members and our hosts, so thank you to everyone who supports Virtual Railfan as a member, whether here on YouTube or on our platform. And if you want to support Virtual Railfan and join the Virtual Railfan community, you can do so by clicking the pinned chat here on YouTube or go to virtualrailfan.com/join. And just as a reminder, 5 locations we've dropped so far this month because of our members. And, a lot of people don't realize how much is involved in setting up these locations. For Virtual Railfan, it's on average around a $10,000 investment per location. So if you think about it, we've invested $60,000 in the last month to bring these new locations to you, and it would not be possible without your membership. So consider supporting us. There's so much cost. There's internet costs. There's data and service provider costs. Believe it or not, we actually get charged by how long you view the camera. So if you leave the camera up at your house all day long on your TV, we get charged for that. So we have a lot of bills that we have to pay, and it wouldn't be possible without our members, and also the amazing team that we have here at Virtual Railfan. So
even with the dad jokes.
Even with the dad jokes. And we want to say thank you for supporting us in our livelihoods to be able to do what we love for a living. It's a great place to work, and we feel pretty good about bringing everybody in the hobby together. So.
Yeah, and thank you to Shane Wilson and Bruce Underwood for putting up with the shenanigans almost on a daily basis.
Yep, almost on a daily basis, and we're here
more
on a
so
Saturday.
you, but
yeah. I have very tolerant bosses, so I'm grateful
tolerant.
to them. So, well, everyone, this is going to conclude our live broadcast of the Inside Track, covering the Big Boys' historic run across Pennsylvania on the Pittsburgh line of Norfolk Southern. We hope you enjoyed it. Just as a recap, we showed the locomotive at Horseshoe Curve National Historic Landmark, then at Cresson, PA from the Station Inn, one of our newest locations here at Virtual Railfan. Then you just saw it roll through Johnstown, home of the famous dam incident that happened well over 100 years ago. Great place to watch trains, and a very busy spot to watch trains. So we really appreciate you being here. We'll be posting these clips of the big boys separately on our YouTube channel, including at Horseshoe Curve. So if you missed that here, don't worry, we'll have it up on our YouTube channel as a separate feed. So with that said, Mike, thanks so much for being my co-host here today. Justin's off camera. Shout out to Justin. Shout out to Bruce Underwood, who has been our tech support from remote location, and Bruce Williams, all of our moderators, all of our operators, and for our viewers at home. Thank you for being part of this historic day.
Huge.
We'll see you next time, everybody. Happy railroading from East Tennessee.